I'm going to call this meeting to order, and I'll start with a land acknowledgement. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. First up will be a roll call. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Morgan.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor. I'm learning the order. Councillor Rutherford is sitting there, I believe, normally. Yes.
Hello.
Good morning, Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Parmar. Good morning. Good morning, Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Elliott is unable to join us today, and Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. Perfect. Before I do anything else, I have to do this one as well, the declaration of pecuniary or conflict of interest. So before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have a pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or a family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniary or conflicts of interest, we'll move to adoption of the agenda. Councillor Tang, I believe, is doing that.
Happy for somebody else to do it. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay.
So moved.
Thank you. Councillor Jans has moved that.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. I don't believe there's any changes on that. So please vote on adoption of the agenda.
Yes, for me.
Thanks, Councillor Tang.
Yes, for me.
Thanks, Councillor Palmer.
I'm yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. There are no minutes to approve today. That'll be tomorrow. We'll figure out who wants to take over approval of the minutes then. Protocol items. I don't believe I have any, so we will continue on. Next, selection of items for debate. As this is orientation, I'm just going to select all four of them so we can be oriented towards the various topics. So that takes all items. There are no reports to be voted on that weren't selected for debate because everything has been selected. Requests to speak, there are none. Requests for time is specific, there are none, noting that we have already on the agenda said that 7.2 will be time specific at 1:30 this afternoon, and 7.4 will be time specific at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon, as this meeting continues on today and tomorrow. And that's the request of time specific. There are no bylaws selected for debate. I have not received any notice for councillor inquiries. Therefore, we will be ready to get started on the first item, which is 7.1, City Council Orientation, Introduction to the City Structure, City Culture, and the City Plan.
Slides to come up here.
There we go.
All right, next slide. Good morning. I just want to welcome you to today's session, which will provide you an overview of the city structure, culture, and city plan, as the mayor just said. This session is designed to equip you with the strategic context necessary to inform your decision-making and collaboration with administration moving forward. By the end of this presentation, you'll have a clear understanding of how administration is structurally organized to effectively plan and deliver a wide array of services to Edmontonians every day, and our key actions as an employer driven by our organizational culture to support our employees' experience, safety, and retention, our strategic framework and guiding vision for the city plan, and our positions, people and plans are carefully aligned in order to support Edmonton's growth and success. Next slide. To set the foundation for this section, I just want to ground us in the governance structure of the city. If you recall the legislative session from October 28th, council has two employees, the city manager and the city auditor. The city manager is the head of administration and directs the affairs of the corporation as set by the Municipal Government Act, city bylaws, and council policies. City council enacts the city administration bylaw, which delegates specified powers, duties, and functions to the city manager. Administration focuses on the day-to-day operations and the how-to of the municipality. City administration delivers 70 lines of service to Edmontonians. If council wishes to give direction to administration, it does so by directing the city manager, who is accountable to ensuring the direction is carried out. The city auditor is appointed by council and directly accountable to council. Bylaw 21111, City Auditor Bylaw, delegates specified powers, duties, and functions to the city auditor and includes internal audit charter. The city auditor is not subject to supervision of or accountable to the city manager and may not direct the city manager or any employee under that reports to the city manager. The city auditor leads the office of the city auditor and directs employees of this office. Next slide. The city's administration is led by myself, the city manager, in collaboration with the executive leadership team, or what we call ELT. The office of the city manager department includes the chief of staff office, the chief communications officer, the office of the city clerk, and the employee and legal services division. The team provides a wide range of external and internal support services that enable the corporation to deliver services and manage the corporation. We will now spend a bit of time hearing briefly from each of the ELT members about their business area. Next slide. Selena.
Great. Good morning, City Council. As the Chief of Staff, we have a small team in the City Manager's office that supports the administrative and strategic operations of the City Manager's office and Chief of Staff. This includes coordinating meetings and agendas for the ELT team and extended leadership teams, managing strategic projects. So for example, in the last term, the housing task force from the last term, kind of the strategy piece got led in our office, and then co-leading work such as council transition with the office of the city clerk. My team also includes the Intergovernmental Affairs section, which develops and implements strategies to support the City of Edmonton's relationship building and advocacy efforts. And as of this year, we also welcomed the City Manager's corporate strategy team into the portfolio to develop our corporate focus areas and align them with the 27 to 30 budget. And with that, I will pass it on to Jennifer Badry.
Good morning, everyone. I'm joining you virtually this morning. I'm the Interim Chief Communications Officer, and there are 3 sections within the Office of the Chief Communications Officer. We have Marketing, Creative, and Digital Services as one section, and they uphold the city's standards for a full spectrum of creative, web, and digital services. And that includes everything from creating the city's advertising and storytelling opportunities to our websites and social media channels and content and developing the city's place brand framework. Our other section of integrated communications handles corporate research and the city's approach to public engagement. They are the keepers of the city's public engagement policy and framework that the department communication teams regularly use. Integrated communications also stewards media relations and crisis communications, and they ensure a corporate standard for handling various levels of emergencies up to and including the role of communications across the corporation in the event that the Emergency Coordination Center is activated. Our last section, Executive Communications, supports the City Manager's office on a variety of initiatives and also has 3 additional distinct branches and divisions that it supports, including Employee Services, Legal Services, and the Office of the City Clerk. You might be asking yourself what the difference is between our office and department communication teams. Well, each Deputy City Manager is ultimately responsible for the communications that comes from their department. The communication, engagement, and external relation teams within their departments are highly specialized communication professionals that are deeply embedded into the branches and have a subject matter expertise on those branches and the initiatives they support. In corporate communications, we steward a center of excellence for the corporation with a mandate to uphold the standards of how the city listens, communicates, and connects throughout the corporation and with the community. To deliver on department business plan objectives and broader corporate objectives, despite our distinct functions, you will see that our teams are quite integrated. With that, I'll turn it over to Michelle.
Good morning. Employee Services, led by Acting Chief People Officer Dennis Jubinville, who is unable to be here today, is dedicated to the creation of a positive and safe work environment and experience for the city's more than 12,000 employees. There are 3 branches within Employee Services. The first branch, HR Client Services, is made up of integrated teams of human resource professionals who deliver services to meet the HR needs of the city's people leaders to ensure services are delivered seamlessly to Edmontonians. The second branch, Corporate HR Programs and Services, provides programs and services that empower employees and advance organizational goals, primarily focusing on the city organization as a whole. And finally, the third branch, Workforce Safety and Employee Health, implements and administers a comprehensive health and safety management system and partners with operational areas to enhance health and safety performance and promote a culture of well-being and psychological safety. I'll now turn it over to Michael Gunther.
Well, good morning, Council. I'm Michael Gunther. My role at the city is the acting city solicitor. As well, I'm the branch manager of legal services here at the city. Legal services has 3 primary areas, and we state that we deliver integrated support from a legal, insurance, claims, and corporate security lens to the business areas across the city of Edmonton. But what that means in practice is this. We manage a law firm in-house at the city of Edmonton. We do both legal advice, so proactively trying to ensure that the city stays on track and ultimately that legal affairs of the city are managed before problems arise. We do hundreds of grant agreements, contracts, legal opinions. We come to advise council at each council meeting. We also have the litigation section of our team, and that's when things go off the rails and we have to go to court or we have to go and go before administrative tribunals, boards. We defend the affairs of the city in those forums and ultimately put the best foot forward and provide the best representation that we can for the city of Edmonton. In legal services, we also have 2 other sections that fall under the umbrella of our team. The first is insurance and claims management. That's the team that essentially deals with our insurance for the entirety of the city and claims on our in-house insurance when those claims arise. Those claims might come in externally if someone has injured themselves or in other cases in situations where our own property is damaged. We also deal with corporate security, where corporate security is a separate section in legal services, and we protect the corporate assets and the people who work for the city in that regard. And that's what our corporate security team does, all falling within the ambit of our singular legal services branch. I'm going to turn it over now to Craig McEwen.
Hello, Craig McEwen. I typically sit up here. This is my favorite spot beside, between IIS and community services. So I lead the city operations department. City operations is largely the operating and maintenance arm of the city. So we provide a wide range of core services to keep Edmontonians moving, working, thriving. So a lot of what residents see, Edmontonians see when they go out their door is managed by city operations. So we have established service levels as the basis for our work, and then we're accountable to what we deliver to Edmontonians. I'll just go through each of the 4 branches quickly. So first is ETS, Edmonton Transit Service. Really what that does is help riders get to their destination, and that includes buses, the LRT system, and DATS, that's Dedicated Accessible Transit Service. And so this provides that customer-focused, safe, reliable, affordable public transportation that links peoples to jobs communities. And so there's about 1,800 transit operators in ETS, just to give it a bit of scale. And we've provided, this is last year's numbers, not quite 62 million trips for Edmontonians. There's also a regional context to this as well. You'll see with the ARC cards, connections to all of our neighboring municipalities, and we meet regularly and collaborate on transportation across municipal borders. The second branch I'll talk about is Fleet and Facility Services. What they do is they maintain over 5,000 vehicles and pieces of equipment and do the maintenance for over 900 city-owned buildings and then 700 additional infrastructure amenities. And so that'd be things like splash pads or the funicular. We also oversee the city's fuel services. We deliver fabrication and maintenance solutions and custodial services for those city facilities and infrastructure. In fleet and facilities, there's about 1,200 people, and that's across 16 different trades and across all of our union partners. The third branch I'll mention is Parks and Road Services. So really they look at supporting the mobility and activity across our city. So this branch ensures that the streets and roads, infrastructure, open spaces, parks, trees, boulevards, it remains accessible, attractive, safe. So this includes things like repairs, maintenance, so think asphalt repairs like potholes, snow and ice control, seasonal cleanups, signals, streetlights, parking services, traffic safety. Those are just to name a few. And this is accomplished by about 2,000 staff. 1,100 are seasonal, and then about 850 are permanent. And then the last branch I'll mention in city operations is waste services. So this one's slightly unique where it's utility funded. So it's not a tax levy funded branch. So that means its operations are funded through a separate utility rate, which you'll notice on your EPCOR bill. If you ever get that mailed to your house, you'll see on the back there's a little city symbol. That's what funds the waste services branch. And so really this is a big role in everyone's lives if you live in Edmonton, collecting, processing, disposing of solid waste for residential customers. So think black carts, green carts, your blue bag recycling. This is all supported by waste education and outreach programs. We manage the eco stations, the community recycle depots, residential transfer stations at you'll hear the term EWMC, the Edmonton Waste Management Center, and the Reuse Center. We also do landfill management and environmental compliance. And this is all within the 25-year waste strategy. Waste Services has about 550 permanent staff, and we manage roughly the same amount as in contractors, and there's over 100 temporary staff. Waste Services as well is tied in closely with the extended producer responsibility, so there's a connection to the province there as well that we keep close to make sure we're in compliance there as well. So that's a little bit about city operations.
Good morning, I'm Jennifer Flaman. You can call me Jen. I'm the DCM for Community Services. This department connects community members, external partners, and staff across the corporation to advance work in recreation and culture, social support, public safety, emergency services, and community development. And we have 4 branches that support this work, and I'll walk through each of them quickly. The Community Recreation and Culture Branch, or CRC, helps Edmontonians be physically and emotionally healthy by delivering programs in our facilities and outdoors, working with community partners, and supporting festivals and events. In 2024, this branch hosted over 8.8 million visitors. They booked over 73,000 hours of arena ice time, almost 165,000 hours on sports fields, and proudly scanned over 35,000 youth after-school programs. The branch proudly oversees over 100 facilities, including the Edmonton Valley Zoo, Fort Edmonton Park, the Mutart Conservatory, Commonwealth and Clark Stadiums, 3 golf courses, 5 outdoor pools, 22 arenas with 31 sheets of ice, the City Arts Centre and the Prince of Wales Armoury, and yes, a partridge in a pear tree. The branch attracts and delivers events, festivals, and celebrations, often in partnership with organizations such as Heritage Days, Silver Skate Festival, and ITU World Triathlon. We also bring you the big events to the city like Metallica, Morgan Wallen, AC/DC, and the NHL Heritage Classic. With 23 River Valley parks and 160 kilometers of trails that are managed by this branch, in addition to 8 municipal cemeteries, we also host important cultural and memorial celebrations such as the No Stone Alone Remembrance Day program and the Chinese community's Qingming Festival. The Community Standards branch is essential to the community, protecting collective community standards and enabling thriving public spaces. This branch supports Edmontonians through engaging, educating, encouraging, and where necessary, enforcing standards set out in municipal bylaws and provincial acts. Key areas of focus are the problem properties initiatives, safety and security of the transit system, animal care and control, including wildlife management, think coyotes, as well as response to homeless encampments. In 2024, over 240,000 bylaw complaints and investigations were handled through this branch, and over 5,700 animals were brought into the Animal Care and Control Center. The work of the branch ensures people feel safe in their community, traveling throughout the city, and enjoying our public spaces. The third branch is Edmonton Fire Rescue Services, or EFRS. It exists to improve safety by reducing the risk to life, property, and environment from fire and other emergencies. The service provides first response to fire rescue, life-saving medical, and hazardous materials events. Additional services include education, prevention, inspection, enforcement, investigation and engineering services, and emergency management to Edmontonians. Supported by its four core values of service, safety, relationships, and teamwork, EFRS's mission is to protect life, property, and the environment. In 2024, EFRS responded to over 86,000 emergency events. And finally, social development. This branch provides access to services and resources for people trying to overcome social and economic barriers. This branch is committed to building relationships in the spirit of reconciliation and good relations, and convenes, supports, and builds the capacity of communities, neighborhoods, social agencies, and nonprofit organizations, particularly those with a focus on equity-deserving communities that are dedicated to making a more inclusive, safe, and welcoming city. Social development's work covers a broad spectrum, including increasing the supply of affordable housing, community development, community safety and wellness, addressing homelessness, funding and coordination of preventive social services, Indigenous relations, neighborhood services, and nonprofit development and support. In 2024, $115 million was awarded through community grants, and over $380 million was leveraged from external sources for affordable housing, thanks to the efforts of this team. So from aquatics instructor to firefighter, from neighborhood resource coordinator to park ranger, from transit peace officer to zookeeper, this team works to connect and protect our city. Over to you, Sarah.
Thank you, Jen. Hi, I'm Sarah Nichols. I'm the Deputy City Manager of Integrated Infrastructure Services, and we are a service provider internally to all our various departments on our major infrastructure projects. IIS designs and delivers high-quality infrastructure like roads, bridges, LRT, as well as facilities like recreation to transit centers to spaces like parks from their initial conception and design through the completion of construction. The department promotes innovation and excellence, transforming concepts into reality by engaging residents, providing service, and constructing lasting infrastructure. To optimize value to the City of Edmonton's infrastructure, IIS also employs an integrated approach to life cycle and asset management to maximize benefits, mitigate risks, and deliver services to the community in sustainable ways. We have branches including building great neighborhoods, infrastructure planning and design, infrastructure delivery, LRT, and Blatchford Development and Energy Utility. We are designing and delivering over 230 projects. Projects updates are available online at Building Edmonton. Over to Stacey.
Good morning, I'm Stacey Padbury. I'm the Deputy City Manager of Financial and Corporate Services. This department provides essential business support across the entire organization. This critical function includes comprehensive management of the city's multi-billion-dollar operating and capital budgets, ensuring fiscal responsibility and strategic resource allocation. The work done in assessment and taxation ensures that we collect over $2 billion in municipal property taxes annually, necessary to fund the operations of our city. The city's real estate branch manages the city's real estate portfolio, including leasing, sales, and land development outside the Blatchford redevelopment project. Through financial services, the department also provides core financial expertise through accounting services, investment management, and strategic financial analysis. Corporate procurement and supply services as a branch provides support for procurement and contract management alongside managing warehousing operations for the organization. Service innovation and performance supports business planning, risk management, and service improvement processes, as well as operates 311. Open City and Technology provides the technology solutions from the computers you use to the hardware and software that ensures the effective operations of city services. And the Enterprise Commons branch is leading the transition of our enterprise resource systems integration, transitioning to a single integrated platform across the city, the Edmonton Police Service, and the Edmonton Public Library.
Good morning. Kim Petrin, the Deputy City Manager for Urban Planning and Economy. Urban Planning and Economy has an important role in implementing the city plan, Edmonton's vision for building a city that is a welcoming place for 1 million more people in the future. There are 3 branches within Urban Planning and Economy, which at its core aims to support the economy, attract investment through efficient and effective policy, planning, and development services that make it easier for businesses to invest and operate, to enable people to find a place to call home while also thinking about the environment. There are 3 branches. The first one, Planning and Environment Services, implements city plan by focusing on 3 categories of planning and mobility policy, environment and climate resilience, and open space planning, including the River Valley. As a leader in these categories of urban planning, the branch helps to foster Edmonton as a diverse, connected, and accessible network of neighborhoods. Economic investment services build and prioritize relationships with key partners that is critical to deliver on the city's economic development priorities. We also offer business-friendly services to those operating or opening a business in Edmonton to help navigate city processes. The branch also leads the implementation of 3 community revitalization levy plans in the Quarters Downtown, Belvedere, and the Capital City Downtown Plan. These provide a sustainable funding source for public infrastructure investments needed to attract new investment and development that would not otherwise occur in these revitalized areas. And development services implement strategic growth and private sector investment plans for the city through core services of advancing new neighborhood plans or plan amendments, rezonings, subdivisions, development agreements, development and building permits and inspections, along with business licensing. Collectively, 2024 was a record-setting year for growth in Edmonton, with an estimated construction value of $4.2 billion and a 25% increase of permit volumes from the previous year, resulting in almost 16,000 new dwelling units approved. I'll pass it to Eddie Robar.
Next slide. So this concludes the city structure component of our presentation. We'll welcome any questions you may have before we move on to the next topic.
Thank you very much. So if you have any questions specifically about that part of the presentation, I encourage you to click into eScribe and do so. And we'll get that display screen to show up soon. And I hear there might be at least one person looking to click on. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I apologize. I might have misheard. I was wondering for community and community services. You mentioned the role that your department plays in the River Valley. Just could you reiterate that? Sorry.
For sure. There are 23 river valleys and 160 kilometers of trail that we maintain.
And so you maintain that and not city operations?
Correct. We have a split of duties between above and below bank, and it helps in the delivery of our services when our teams that are active in both the programming and in the maintaining of the space, they then are able to respond in the moment. For example, if we have a large event or a large picnicking thing happening, we are able to respond to the trash and site maintenance in a really effective way.
Okay, interesting. And so that's consistent for everything below bank? So like Horlock Park, Victoria Golf Course?
Certainly for the golf courses, but for all of the river valleys, I'd have to get back to you on exactly which group is working on which.
I could probably expand on that a bit. There's like a bit of a divide in terms of like who specifically does what. So to Jen's point around like the programming and the maintenance, they get paired together so that way like the maintenance can get done ahead of a large event. But we have like an ongoing collaboration between, say, Roger and Caitlin in terms of like the split of duties, whether like this can is, serviced by this particular team or the other one. In terms of like grass cutting or bench maintenance or things like that, there's certain like scopes of duties that would fall within city operations in, say, Horlock Park. But like a golf course, for example, would be managed through community rec and culture. So there is like some nuance difference, but there's like a constant communication to figure out like how do we do this most effectively.
Okay, and is that a fairly long-standing arrangement in terms of that division?
It is, yeah. It's been going on for years. Something we've looked at when we did an internal restructuring of parks and roads, like what pieces make sense to continue to be delivered by community rec and culture and what pieces make sense to be delivered within, say, parks and roads. And so this is one where we feel like it's working quite well as it stands. And there's efficiencies, like we talk about, like garbage cans as an example. That's one that we talk about, graffiti. So there's like common tasks that can be delivered. And so we're constantly looking at like how do we best deliver this type of work.
Okay, very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other questions on the board for this particular part of the presentation, so let's move on to the next part.
Next slide. So now that you had a chance to meet the people that lead our departments, I'd like to turn it to the backbone of the organization, our employees. These are the individuals who clear snow, drive buses, issue permits, answer public calls, develop policies, bylaws, and programs, and they drive the day-to-day of this organization forward. A strong employee experience is critical to our ability to recruit and retain top talent, which is why our people leaders have a large focus on creating a positive work experience for each and every one of them. I'll now turn it over to Michelle Dorval, who will speak to the city's culture slides, along with Employee Services branch managers Dusty Schlitter and Catherine Sparks.
Thank you, Eddie. Next slide, please. The city we serve is evolving and employs thousands of people, each and every one of whom plays an important role in making life better for about 1.2 million Edmontonians. Next slide, please. The size and scope of our workforce reflects the variety of services we deliver to Edmontonians, 70 distinct services. When we talk about the composition of our workforce, as of September 30th, 2025, we have 11,844 FTEs that include the Office of the City Manager, all civic departments, including waste, and municipal enterprises, land enterprises, community revitalization levy, and Blatchford. This is a workforce that is within our leadership purview and includes our day-to-day teams that we lead. This number does not include the Edmonton Public Library, Edmonton Police Service, boards and commissions, City Auditor's Office, and the Mayor and Councillor's staff, as these groups are outside of our leadership purview. Overall, approximately 3/4 of the city's total workforce are permanent and full-time. We experience significant fluctuations in our active headcount due to seasonal variations in our business lines. Our workforce typically peaks in the summer months at approximately 13,500 employees and then decreases in January to approximately 11,500 employees. Across our 70 lines of business, there are more than 800 types of jobs running the alphabet from accountant to zoo attendant. 89.7% of our workforce is represented by our 5 unions: ATU 569, Amalgamated Transit Union Local 569, CSU 52, Civic Service Union 52, EFFU 209, Edmonton Firefighters Union Local 209, IBEW 1007, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 1007, and QP 30, Canadian Union of Public Employees Local 30. The remaining 10.3% of employees are out of scope. Membership in the City of Edmonton Management Association, CEMA, is voluntary for those employees. As an organization, our workforce is incredibly important to our success in meeting the needs of Edmontonians and making Edmonton a great place to live, work, and play. Next slide, please. As a corporation, we work hard to create and sustain a positive experience for every employee, from the moment they consider us as a potential employer through to what we hope will be a long, fulfilling career, and including transitions to new opportunities. Ensuring a great employee experience leads people to feeling happier, more productive, and motivated. Teams who are motivated are likely to engage more with their work and provide better results. Next slide, please. Through extensive consultation and research of leading practices, we have learned that most people are looking for 6 experiences at work. These are listed on the slide and will be the areas of focus for us: meaningful work, growth opportunities, a supportive environment, wellness, trust in leadership, and empowerment. We use these 6 experiences as the benchmark against which we measure employee engagement at the city. Keeping the city accountable to its employees requires an integrated approach, and everyone has a role. Next slide, please. Surveying helps us monitor how we are doing with respect to the employee experience at different points in the employee life cycle. The onboarding survey lets us monitor if employees have the support and tools they need in their new role. Twice a year, we do an employee check-in to monitor each of the dimensions of the employee experience and can add questions as needed to help guide corporate-wide strategy. On occasion, we also develop ad hoc surveys on topics where timely employee feedback is needed. Every 2 years, we do a longer employee experience survey, which provides employees with an opportunity to provide feedback related to inclusion, diversity, respect, and overall experience working at the City of Edmonton. Exit surveys help us understand why people leave the organization or move from one position with the organization to a different position. The city is exploring options for a new employee engagement tool and is currently active in the procurement process. While this means we will not be able to provide the employee check-in surveys for the time being, we look forward to introducing an improved future experience with a new tool in late 2026. Next slide, please. ELT was very pleased with the results of the April 2025 employee check-in survey, in which 5,549 employees, just over 43% of our workforce, participated. Scores related to the questions: how happy are you working at the City of Edmonton? I would recommend the City of Edmonton as a great place to work, and how are you doing? All trended upwards compared to the previous year by 4, 5, and 2 points, respectively. This speaks volumes about the dedication and collective efforts of all leaders across the organization, from the front line and all the way up, working together to improve the employee experience. Next slide, please. One of the most important things employees need to be familiar with at the City of Edmonton is our set of cultural commitments, which are our shared corporate values. These shared values enable us to work together to achieve a positive employee experience and rich corporate outcomes. There are 5 cultural commitments that we aspire to, and that can be demonstrated in everything we do. They function as clear and simple manifestations of the behaviors and values we collectively commit to. The cultural commitments are safe, helpful, accountable, integrated, and excellent. Safe, we value, respect, and protect the physical, mental, and emotional well-being of each other and those we serve. Helpful, we care about people's experiences. We work with them and for them to seize opportunities, address challenges, and deliver outstanding service. Accountable, we are trusted and empowered to embrace our responsibility for our actions, decisions, and behaviors. Integrated, we get the best results when we align our diverse ideas, knowledge, and efforts in shared purpose. And excellent, we perform to the highest standard. We passionately pursue innovation and continuously improve ourselves, our teams, and our city. Our cultural commitments are about the promises we make to do our best and be our best in our daily work life. Working together is critically important to enable a better life for all Edmontonians, hence achieving our corporate promise. Shared values unite us as an organization and provide the expected behaviors and attitudes for us to individually and collectively do our very best work in a respectful, supportive, aligned, trusted, and inclusive way. Next slide, please. Each year, the city celebrates our Cultural Commitment Awards, also known as the CCAs. The CCAs recognize individual city employees and teams who have made exceptional contributions in 7 award categories, the 5 cultural commitments you just heard about, as well as the Charles Labadiak Environmental Award and the Spirit Award, which is selected informally by the CCA's project team to recognize an exceptional team that exemplifies all of the cultural commitments. The Cultural Commitment Awards are extremely meaningful to recipients, and it's also important to note that the nominations are peer-to-peer. This year, we received a record-breaking 514 nominations, which indicates employees and leaders value the program as a special way to shine the spotlight on and honor those around them who go above and beyond. The 2025 CCAs are scheduled for November 20th at 1 p.m., and all of Council has been invited to view the live stream celebration. I will now pass it over to my colleague, Dusty Schroeder, to speak about employee safety and wellness.
Good morning. Thank you. Administration is committed to the physical and psychological safety of all employees. We strive to create a work environment that bolsters employees' well-being and provides support through difficult times. Next slide, please. SAFE, the first of our 5 cultural commitments, is an important part of who we are at the city. We often start our safety meetings, or our meetings, I call safety meetings, our meetings with safety moments to highlight practices and share stories of how we can be safe in our work, or maybe even lessons we've learned from an incident. As an organization, we have a city manager's commitment statement. Some of highlights or excerpts from that commitment statement include: the city's commitment to our employees' safety extends beyond just their physical safety, also includes their mental and social well-being. No matter where an employee is in the organization, they have a role in ensuring the workplace is safe. This includes looking after their own safety, not doing anything that might cause harm to someone else, and generally looking out for each other. People in leadership roles have additional obligations to lead by example, take actions that support our culture, and promote health and safety within their work areas. Next slide, please. As we know, mental health impacts every single one of us. We cannot separate our mental well-being from who we are as individuals or what we do each day, nor should we. This reality also applies in our work, where many of us spend the majority of our waking hours. Consequently, the workplace has an important role in supporting mental well-being, not only proactively when things are going well, but also during times of crisis and uncertainty. A psychologically safe and healthy city work environment contributes to the positive employee experience, where City of Edmonton employees are safe and supported to achieve their aspirations and deliver excellent services. We look forward to an ongoing and respectful collaboration with City Council, which promotes the psychological health and safety of all. Next slide, please. The employee wellness and supports package includes links and information on how to access crisis support, mental health check-ins at Proactive Peace, and wellness guides. We strive to provide holistic content that supports employees' emotional, physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. This site is updated regularly to include timely and current resources and information. All of these resources are available to council staff, and we encourage you to be aware of what is available in them to support. My colleague, Catherine Sparks, will now talk about respect in the workplace.
Thank you, Dusty. Good morning. I'm Catherine Sparks. I'm the branch manager of HR Client Services, and I'm pleased today to present on our policies and programs to promote respect in the workplace, including our Safe Disclosure Office and our Connected City Initiative. You're now familiar with the HR management policies for council, and the Respect in the Workplace Administrative Policy is part of that outlined list. We're taking the opportunity to present this policy to you today. Next slide, please. On the screen, you'll see our definition of a respectful workplace. The policy states the city's commitment to the respect in the workplace. It defines what constitutes respect in the workplace, harassment, and discrimination. It ensures the city meets legislative requirements under occupational health and safety. It clarifies high-level expectations for all employees and supervisors. And it sets out the city's approach for addressing employee concerns between employees. Mandatory training has been developed for all employees and is available through our learning management system. Council staff received information during the November 13th orientation session about accessing the learning management system and are encouraged to complete this workplace training. Next slide, please. Now I'll introduce our behavior zones. The document you see on the right of the screen was developed to illustrate what are acceptable workplace policy behaviors and what are not. You can see that the spectrum goes from green to red. Green zone behaviors are those that are healthy and positive. Yellow zone is used to describe lower level concerns. This is important to note because often when concerns are addressed at this stage, it can actually help build trust and support and a continued healthy relationship. It can also prevent possible escalation of the behavior and the impact on everyone involved. One sign of a respectful workplace is the ability to address these low-level conflicts directly in the workplace with the people involved. Orange zone is when things are getting a lot more escalated, and the red zone behaviors are those severe, egregious behaviors. As illustrated, behaviors between employees that are not aligned with the policy can span from minor issues to severe violations. Because of this range of behavior, it is important that concerns are addressed and that the response taken is proportional to the severity of the alleged behavior, the complexity of the situation, and any relevant history. Responses may include training, a facilitated conversation, an investigation, or possibly all three. The Behavior Zones document helps everyone better understand the span of behaviors, where they may sit in terms of the severity, and the most common approaches to addressing them. What this document also does is provide us some guidance on language that is more neutral and less triggering so that we can talk about behaviors being in the yellow or orange zone. We can provide employees with a model to have these conversations, and it builds their skills in both delivering and receiving feedback. Next slide, please. When employees feel that they can't resolve respectful workplace concerns on their own, the Safe Disclosure Office, or SDO, is available as a resource. The SDO is a place for employees, including council staff, to reach out, discuss work-related matters that can relate to harassment, discrimination, and respectful behavior concerns. This process is for employees to address the employee-to-employee concerns. The SDO is a safe, neutral, and confidential place. This means that the SDO addresses concerns independently from city administration, and they do not represent administration, union, or employees. Files and records are kept separate from other city files and records, and they are at a physical distance from administration, which can make it more comfortable for employees to visit them than if they were in one of our downtown towers. When someone comes to talk to the SDO about process, etc., that stays between the individual and the SDO, but it is important to know that if there is a disclosure of harassment, the SDO does have to send that forward for action. The process for individuals to provide information on fraud or misconduct is overseen by the city auditor. The city's fraud and misconduct hotline allows employees to provide anonymous reports of suspected fraud or misconduct through a third-party service. Next slide, please. Next, I'll speak about the city's Connected City Initiative, which focuses on the relationship between employees and the public. Next slide, please. As a relationship-based city, our goal is to provide the best resident experiences and to ensure that employees feel safe from harassment and/or discrimination when connecting with the Edmontonians we serve. The physical and psychological safety of employees is equally as important as the services we provide. Next slide, please. The intention of the Connected City Initiative is that every interaction helps employees and the public feel supported, respected, heard, connected, helped, and empowered. Each interaction is unique, and there is no one way to address all situations. Next slide, please. As part of the Connected City Initiative, 3 training modules have been created to help employees think about challenging interactions before they happen, provide tools for how to interact when experiencing uncivil behavior from the public, outline resources available to employees after a challenging interaction has occurred, and help leaders support employees following a challenging interaction. Council staff received information about Connected City training, and they were advised that cohort training will be arranged for them in early 2026. They were also provided some tips and tricks to help them with challenging interactions until they're able to take this training. I'll now hand it back to Michelle.
Next slide, thank you. This concludes the city culture employee experience part of the presentation. We welcome any questions you may have before we move on to the next topic.
Thank you very much. We will again use eScribe. If anyone has any questions, I'd ask you to click on and request to speak if you have questions. I'm not seeing anyone. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Councillor Morgan, please go ahead.
Thanks. I heard the employee engagement survey is not up and running right now, so until late 2026, correct? So what's the interim solution there?
Correct. We are in a bit of a hiatus right now while we wait for the new platform tool to be selected, and we anticipate that we'll be able to run that survey towards the end of 2026. In the meantime, we are encouraging leaders to continue to connect with their employees, to gather information, and to be responsive to feedback that they receive.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, this would just save a posse question, as we're now having to share lots of information. I'm just hearing grumblings about some of the return to work policies, the number of days that city employees are in the office. Can you remind me if that's in our collective agreements or in letters of understanding?
We have a letter of understanding that is in the collective agreement, and the letter of understanding enables employees to participate in the program.
Okay. And is there are there any parameters around that or deadlines around that? It's just sort of an ongoing letter of agreement, a letter of understanding.
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any further questions, we can move on to the next part of the presentation. And just as you're moving on to that, I will be stepping out at about 10:30 for a meeting with Minister Wilson at the legislature. So if Councillor Rutherford is here before that, she'll take the chair. Otherwise, I'll pass the chair off to Councillor Paquette, and I'll join in virtually while I'm in transit. And then I'll obviously exit when I'm out of the meeting during that time. Thank you.
Okay, strategic planning is an important part of managing the city. We can do everything at once and need clarity. We can't do everything at once and need clarity on what we're leaning into and what is business as usual. A fundamental aspect of strategic management is the deliberate creation of public value that represents the tangible benefits that Edmontonians, employees, and partners receive from the city's strategies and services. Strategic management is instrumental in ensuring that the corporation demonstrates efficiency, effectiveness, and accountability in its commitment to delivering service levels that matter to Edmontonians. Both City Council and administration have a role to play in strategic planning and implementation of the city plan, our guiding light, and our organization's plan to get us to 2 million people. This section provides City Council with an overview of the city's strategic planning framework and how all the pieces fit together. I'll hand it over to Stacey to take you through that.
The strategic planning framework has been applied across the organization since 2019 and includes the following 6 components. The first two, Connect Edmonton and the City Plan, are the strategic documents that guide the corporation. Connect Edmonton is about community direction, aspiration, and inspiration. This is Edmonton's highest level plan with a focus on making transformational change. An invitation to work together, Connect Edmonton sets out the high-level direction Edmonton will follow based on the community's vision for Edmonton 2050. It was approved by City Council on April 16th, 2019. The City Plan is a comprehensive public policy document and physical growth strategy for Edmonton's future and has been adopted as Charter Bylaw 20000 by City Council on December 7th, 2020. The City Plan policies are reviewed and refined annually, and larger growth management strategies associated with the phasing and staging of the plan will be updated as key population growth thresholds, 1.25 million, 1.5 million, and 1.75 million people. The City Plan also outlines targets and measures to gauge progress and guide Edmonton as it grows. The Corporate Business Plan, budget, enterprise risk, and performance work together to advance and support the strategic direction. The Corporate Business Plan shows the direction, choices, and actions needed to advance priorities and presents an integrated overview of the City of Edmonton's work over a 4-year period. Capital and operating budgets identify how resources are allocated to deliver on the direction, choices, and actions in order to create and be the city that Edmontonians want. Enterprise performance management tracks performance and progress towards goals. It's about effectively managing service delivery through consistent monitoring and targeted improvement. And enterprise risk management helps identify obstacles and envision new opportunities. Next slide, please. Connect Edmonton was developed with the input and perspectives of Edmontonians who live, work, and play here, along with businesses and organizations, groups, and institutions in and around Edmonton. Collectively, thousands of Edmontonians provided input and shared what's important to them as they imagine the Edmonton of their future and the people who come after them. Connect Edmonton is Edmonton's plan, not council's plan or administration's plan. It's the community's plan to achieve the Edmonton of the future envisioned by the community. Council and administration have a role to play in achieving the visions and goals, and so do Edmontonians, organizations, institutions, and businesses. The 4 strategic goals are healthy city. Edmonton is a neighborly city with community and personal wellness that embodies and promotes equality for all Edmontonians. Urban places. Edmonton neighborhoods are more vibrant and dense as density increases, where people and business thrive and where housing and mobility options are plentiful. Regional prosperity. Edmonton grows prosperity for our metro region by driving innovation, competitiveness, and relevance for our business at the local and global level. And climate resilience. Edmonton is a city transitioning to a low-carbon future, and it has clean air and water and is adapting to climate change. This 10-year plan was released in 2019 and expires in 2028. A decision point will need to be made in 2026 on the next steps for Connect Edmonton. Next slide, please. The city plan is our guiding light, our organization's plan to get us to 2 million people. As both the municipal development plan and the transportation master plan, it answers the question, what choices do we need to make to be a healthy, urban, and climate resilient city of 2 million people that supports a prosperous region? The city plan outlines 5 big city moves that define our transformative priorities. Greener as we grow puts Edmonton at the forefront of 2 important trends in our region. Continuing to develop as a healthy city while also paying attention to what will surely be one of the great challenges of our future, protecting and enhancing our land, air, water, and biodiversity. It's about creating a city that is dedicated to preserving and protecting environment through good design and conscious development decisions. By designing for people, a greener city is a place where everyone has access to natural spaces and can enjoy the benefits of living a healthier and better connected outdoor life. A rebuildable city is about working with what we have today and continuously adapting and reimagining our built environment to meet the needs of the future. Building a rebuildable city is one of the best ways to ensure that our efforts are always moving towards better and more efficient city, rather than having to start over with every major social, environment, and technological change. A community of communities is about making a big city feel less anonymous and more personal. It's about welcoming new residents and developing housing, recreation, schools, and employment centers that are within reach. Edmonton's communities are its lifeblood and will continue to provide us with an opportunity to turn our time and attention to the things that really matter, like connection with each other and to the greater good. Inclusive and compassionate means we are rooted in the concepts and efforts to improve equity and poverty, eliminate racism, and make clear progress towards truth and reconciliation. These are complex, multifaceted problems that require a number of different approaches. Edmontonians know that making a great city of any size depends on empathy and looking out for one another. The more we reach out to those in need, the stronger we all become. Catalyze and Converge is about developing new physical and economic opportunities for ideas, talent, and investment to come together. It's where innovation, creativity, and technology go hand in hand with purpose and energy. It's where partnerships are ignited to steward our future economy and support personal prosperity. To achieve this, the city must create conditions, places, and partnerships to retain the talent and attract new talent. Edmonton will support culture and create beautifully and smartly designed urban spaces and places. The City of Edmonton will become a creative and entrepreneurial hub around which investment, innovation, technology, and talent will gather. Next slide, please. The city plan includes a series of maps and figures that illustrate many of the ideas and concepts in the policy chapters and other sections. The city plan is a scaffold to support Edmonton's growth, its mobility system, open spaces, employment, and social networks, generally touching on most aspects of life in Edmonton, and the maps within the plan support the system and networks that will bring the policies to life and guide where the growth will happen. Next slide, please. The corporate business plan communicates the corporate projects, programs, and services, improvement initiatives, and capital infrastructure projects that we will deliver over the next 4 years. Capital and operating budgets are prepared by administration every 4 years and updated semi-annually to reflect the changes imposed by external factors, economic circumstances, as well as the evolving priorities and actions required to align the corporate business plan, Connect Edmonton, and the city plan. Next slide, please. Enterprise performance management is about consistently monitoring those performance levels and supports decision-making conversations by providing measurable progress on strategic priorities, outputs, and service levels. Through enterprise risk management, we prepare for uncertainty at the strategic, corporate, and service level by identifying risks and mitigations. Effective risk management is about leveraging environmental insights and shifting actions to capitalize on advantages. The systematic use of performance and risk information is used to inform budget decisions, either as a direct input into budget allocation decisions or as contextual information to inform budget planning. I'll now pass it over to Salima Ibrahim.
Great, thank you, Stacey. We had a chance to orient you to our focus areas a few weeks ago, but in short, these are the 5 focus areas that administration has developed to provide us with strategic and clear direction as we prepare for the next 4-year budget cycle, 2027 to 2030, and allow us to focus on what will most effectively drive the goals of Edmonton City Plan as we prepare for a city of 2 million people. The focus areas have been developed based on pressing issues and the need for change and support. By having a collective understanding of our current priorities, we can bring focus for the organization for business planning. They also help us to concentrate our efforts where it will make the greatest difference for Edmontonians, ensuring we manage the demands of rapid growth while using our resources responsibly. And they are interconnected, meaning progress in one area often advances another. By aligning our work to financial sustainability, economic development, growth planning, safety and security, and service delivery, we're focused on delivering what matters most, building a city that works efficiently, grows responsibly, and serves every resident with fairness, quality, and care. Over the next week and a half, we will be doing additional orientation sessions that further break down each of these focus areas and help City Council understand how we came to them and also integrate your priorities and what you heard at the doors into these areas and their designated outcomes. And with that, I will turn it back to Stacy.
So this concludes this section of the presentation, and we welcome any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you very much for that. I'll just see if there are any questions. I see Councillor Tang is on the board. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. For the city plan, typically we have a report around all the metrics that would track the different elements of the city plan. Can you just remind the assembly, like, what's the frequency of that report? Every year, every 2 years?
I don't believe it was intended to, when we set the metrics and targets, it became a dashboard that's on the internet. And so I don't think we had a time to bring an annual report, just given the implementation of city plan is over a number of years, and we were focused on the 250,000 population milestones as increments, but we are anticipating looking at how we would continue to maintain the overall direction of city plan in the coming years.
Because I do recall, I think we did have a report about kind of where we're at in terms of to transportation users, public transit users. So are we, achieving our infill targets, et cetera, et cetera. It's kind of a comprehensive conversation about where we're at in terms of city plan. Do we have the next milestone of when we might have that conversation, or is it just check out the dashboard?
No, I think that because we're coming up to the 1.25 million milestone, we are looking at, through our work in the work plan for 27 to 30 budget, about what that would look like. So there would be a report upcoming in this term.
Okay, so before the 4-year budget, so next spring.
Let me take that away.
Okay, thank you. I remember early on in last term, I remember speaking with the deputy city manager at the time that city plan was kind of designed to hear from the community every year. I don't believe that ever happened. I guess I'm just wondering, was there that intent when city plan was first approved? Because I remember at the time there's a lot of people who did register to speak in 2018, 2019 when it was approved. But I don't think we've ever had the opportunity for people to return and talk about status from a community perspective. Is there intent to do that? Has there ever been intent to do that? Could we do that?
Certainly, I think through the projects that we advance under the city plan implementation is another opportunity to continue to hear from Edmontonians on how we're advancing the work. But certainly when we're looking at maintenance of the city plan and what that looks like for the next population milestone of 1.25 million, I suspect that will include some level of engagement with Edmontonians. So I see that connected to your previous question, Councillor Tang, around measures and targets. So, how are we doing, and are we on the right track?
So that would be a report at committee then?
Generally, our reports do go to committee first before council.
We do have some exceptions this week, though, but okay. Thank you. Yeah, I think kind of where I'm trying to go with is that I think this is a really important overview and a really important document for us. But city has also changed significantly since it was first approved, and I'm always curious about opportunity to monitor and adjust, but it's from what you're saying, it sounds like that opportunity is next spring or so, or whenever before the 4-year budget cycle for the 1.25 population milestone.
So I'll take that back in terms of whether there's a report coming in advance of the 4-year budget. But certainly when we're looking at the measures and targets, we're thinking about, and I'll use infill as an example, city plan has a target of 50% of our growth at the 2 million mark to be 50% within infill. And so we track that and we look at how are we doing and what policy levers or other levers could we do to help support that we continue to track in that way. Okay. And so that's the importance of the measures and progress to see how fast we're moving and the pace of city plan implementation.
Anyways, that's kind of where I'm going. And just to go back to my earlier question, because I don't think I heard an answer. What did administration ever intend on on that kind of annual piece, annual check-in with the community piece.
I don't know. I was in a different role at the time that the city plan was first being developed. I think that's something we would just have to check in on.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Right on the dot. Councillor Palmer, please.
Hi, actually, some of my questions very similar to Councillor Tang. When I did, there was a February 2024 report on the city plan that I read last night, and it discussed about 1.25 million in 2028, 2029. And as we know, that we're probably very close to 1.25 million, if not surpass that this year. And so just the questions around when are we able to take a look at the city plan? How does that work? And is that something that's being done by administration now?
Yes, certainly we are growing much faster than we anticipated when the city plan was approved in 2020, tracking about 5 years faster than at our population milestone of 1.25, as you've noted. So when we're looking at our next budget cycle and what do we do about city plan, we are looking at how we check in to in terms of its maintenance and implementation. Are we still on the right track? So that is contemplated as part of our work plan. I just need to follow up in terms of when council could expect a report on that.
That would be great. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I will take a moment. First of all, we didn't do a protocol item to congratulate the Saskatchewan Roughriders, but all right. So on that engagement piece, when we hit certain benchmarks, because we had sort of a plan in place about when we would engage the public, what does that do to the fiscal management of that type of engagement? Because I'll preface that question really quickly by maybe answer that one, but first answer, and whoever wants to do this, what is the actual, and maybe we'll break it up. Okay, I've got a big thought. It's not that big, but I'll break it up into two pieces. The first one is, what is the legal requirement of engagement with the public?
Sorry, point of order.
Oh, I'm chairing.
Do you
I'm
need
not
to
allowed to
pass
ask
this
this
on to
question.
someone?
I'm going to toss this over to Councillor Morgan.
Yeah.
You got the chair?
Go ahead
Awesome.
there.
Okay.
Councillor
Same thing that I just incorrectly asked.
Thanks, Councillor. And in the spirit of giving the legal answer, it depends. And so it depends really on what the circumstances are. There are some things in the Municipal Government Act where obviously a public hearing, which is a form of engagement, is required. We do have to have a consultation policy, but in terms of just general engagement, it's not specific that a certain type of engagement is prescribed in any different circumstance. It will really depend on a best practice and ultimately wanting to make sure that any decision is defensible, because the less defensible and informed a decision is, it may be more subject to challenge after the fact.
Okay, so, but to put it plainly, we meet all of the legal requirements for engagement and often go above and beyond.
We absolutely do.
Yeah, okay. So then the next part of that question would be, there is a cost to the above and beyond engagement, and this would represent one of those costs. If we are suddenly finding ourselves at benchmarks much faster than we assumed, that has a budgetary impact, I would assume.
Yeah, and maybe I'll just jump in quickly. I think there's a difference right now between where we are today and we know what the city plan contemplated at one time. But when we look at the focus areas that we've kind of landed on as this on the administrative side of the fence, obviously council is going to go through their priority outcomes. That's when we're going to drive home what's the next steps for this work. So we look at the 1.25 million is coming up. We know that that is going to put some pressure on our city plan. We know the pressure has exacerbated itself over the past few years. That's what those focus areas were built on, is the challenges that are ahead of us. So as we start to lay down and align those priorities with council priorities, I think that will give us an ability to drive home what the outcomes look like and what we want to measure ourselves against in the next few years.
Okay, so to condense that a little bit, there was a question about can we do this every year or more frequently? The answer is yes. It's just
Yeah, it's a budget conversation. So when we look at the priorities of council, if council wishes to engage on the city plan every single year, then it's appropriate budget to do that work. And the cost of doing that work would be built into the budget going forward. What's the trade-offs of conversation, the priority outcomes? Where does council want to focus the effort and the money? And then we would enact that through the budget process.
Yeah, and so essentially council will determine what they feel is the most appropriate way to move forward on that.
Council always determines that.
Yeah. Okay, great. Appreciate that. Thank you, Councillor Morgan.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. You can have the chair again.
All right. I grudgingly accept. And we will move to Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you. You know, I guess a couple questions just on the city plan that I have. The projections, I get that it's for 2 million and we've been growing really fast. But I think we're gonna see that slow down this year and probably in years moving forward, which might get us more back on track to that number in 2025. I don't know, right? Nobody really knows, right? But I guess where I'm going with this question is, what data do we have to kind of support that? So I know we'll hit that 1.25 soon, and that's great, but it might be slower to get to the next tranche. So is there a report coming to us, if anyone has a crystal ball, and when we're gonna try to get there, or at least some data to kind of provide that so we can adjust and look at the plan?
Yeah, again, I think that's a good conversation on the growth planning side of the fence. Well, I think that comes tomorrow. So we'll be having a conversation around what growth planning looks like, what our outcomes and expectations are over the next budget cycle, and what does that mean, and what does the impact look like from a city perspective. So we should be able to give you all that information during tomorrow's growth planning conversation.
Okay, that's all I got.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other questions. Councillor Stevenson? No? Okay. All right, well, thank you. We'll move on. Okay, and as things get settled, I believe we're on, correct me if I'm wrong, 7.2 now?
Yeah, if we could just have a motion to bring it forward, because it is technically time specific at 1:30, but since everybody's mostly here, I think that's okay.
Oh, I missed that time specific. Thank you.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with bringing it forward, just so that people know.
Is administration ready for that? Yeah, okay. Would anyone like to make that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote. And
I'm a
that
yes.
is to bring the item forward.
I believe somebody said yes, but I don't know who that was.
Sorry, this is Vanderdack. I'm a yes.
Oh, thank you so much. We will unabsent you. Thank you so much. We're just waiting for 3 more votes.
I'm a yes.
Yeah, you're not one of them.
Okay.
Okay, we will mark the others absent.
New council term, new realities.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Okay, please proceed.
Okay, next slide. So although each year has its unique complexities, we've mapped out your first year in office, what your first year in office might look like based on reports and processes that carry over from the previous council term. However, we will work with you to ensure that the appropriate conversations and decisions are reflected in your council and committee meeting calendar. In addition to your onboarding and orientation process along with your regular council and committee meetings, The following are the major anticipated milestones from now until the end of 2026. It is important to note that this list is not exhaustive of all council reports. It does not consider new or emerging matters, and dates are always subject to change. This list can also be found in your council orientation guide. I guess that's my disclaimer. Next slide. So earlier today, we spoke about the city plan, our overarching public policy document that and the physical growth strategy that will bring us to 2 million people. We also spoke about the critical importance of strategic planning and how it will guide the next 4 years. In this session, we're driving down even further to the next 12 months. I often stress as an operations person, that I'm an operations person, so I find the forecasting exciting. A lot of people don't. But where we see things that we actually get to achieve and do, that'll take us practical and tangible steps down the road towards a bigger strategic vision. There's a lot on our collective plates before the end of the year between orientation activities, budget, and end-of-year operations. As you continue to familiarize yourself with your new roles, you will also jump into some of your large and immediate responsibilities. By the end of December, you will have experienced a number of important governance and relationship items, advancing the city's budget's priorities to the Government of Alberta, and approve your first budget adjustments for the 23 to 26 cycle. Meeting with a number of partners and that are key Edmonton's economic development, key to Edmonton's economic development, including Edmonton Global and Explore Edmonton. Learning more about your role in the role you play in public safety by attending the first Emergency Advisory Committee to approve the city's municipal emergency plan, and hearing the voices of the municipal governance through the first public hearing, shareholder and board meetings. Along with your orientation program, this is going to give you a strong foundation as we head into 2026 in order to set you up for success. Next slide. This is a point-in-time snapshot that forecasts the areas of concentration and that are naturally coming up based on previous council motions. So in Q1, for example, there is a natural narrative or story arc for financial sustainability and growth planning. We are leveraging these natural opportunities to tell a story beyond City Hall, working with partners and industry to build momentum and advance priorities. Layered into the snapshot, snapshot would be additional considerations such as signature city events, such as FCM, potential funding announcements, etc. Although not mentioned on the slide, it's important. Ultimately, everything points towards arcs to this and arcs to the city plan, corporate strategic framework, and the next 4 years budget cycle. Over the next few slides, we'll walk you through the details of each quarter. Next slide. So we'll go through a high level of each quarter, what it will look like. This look ahead is focused on discussions admin will have with council and doesn't include the shareholder meetings, external committee or agency meetings, and major events taking place in Edmonton next year, such as the Federation of Canadian Municipalities annual conference in June of 2026 or AB Muni's fall conference. 2026 will be focused on laying the groundwork for the 2027 to 30 budget cycle. To facilitate this comprehensive preparation, we will be presenting an in-depth review of each branch. The presentations are designed to provide you with a clear understanding of the essential services delivered by each branch, associated legislative and statutory requirements, current financial allocations and FTE breakdowns or full-time equivalents, relative benchmarking data, and overall state of operations. In Q1, you will see work reflected in some of the areas we've heard is most important to Edmontonians and to you, making Edmonton safer, more connected city through amendments to traffic and animal care bylaws, advancing bus rapid transit, advancing transit priority measures, and receiving an update on the wildland-urban interface wildfire risk strategy, demonstrating accountable leadership and transparency in budgets with investment outlooks, updates to budget planning processes, and year-end financial updates, and promoting investment and helping businesses grow with updates to our Economic Development Agency's review, exhibition lands, Happy Beer Street, and Chinatown strategy. You will also have direct impact on items that matter in your neighborhoods, whether approving the Downtown Attainable Housing Incentive, the Kettle Lakes Neighborhood Structure Plan, or Green Strategic Plan. Next slide. The city's latest outlook for the Edmonton economy is positive, and you will receive quarterly economic updates. Recognizing our finances are critical to being able to provide the programs and services Edmontons rely on us for. Each quarter you can expect updates or approvals around investments, taxation, and budget, which will lead us to the 2027 to 2030 budget approval in Q4. This quarter, we will see. We also talk about the downtown district energy utility, the integration of Village at Ice District, and the event park, which we know will have large economic drivers for us in Q2, and we'll also receive updates on green economy, intermunicipal plan, industrial investment action plan, and approve the economic development strategy refresh. At the same time, we know that housing and affordability are top of mind for Council. As of September 2025, Homer Trust recorded 4,618 people in Edmonton experiencing houselessness. In Q2, you will see that aligns with your inaugural motion on homelessness, including our policy on supporting vulnerable peoples during extreme weather and the transition strategy for houselessness related services, and the evaluation of investment options for day spaces. Shifting to planning that will set us up for the future decision-making options for district plan changes to secondary corridors and the North Saskatchewan River Valley area redevelopment and urban reserve in Blatchford. Next slide. In the interest of continuous improvement and accountability, Q3 will bring several reviews, such as the last year Edmonton was the first first in Canada to consolidate a number of municipal bylaws in order to protect inclusion, enable public safety, and eliminate redundancies, meaning you will receive the PSB report. In an earlier info session, we also spoke to about 311. They are the sole point of administration for many Edmontonians, and it is critical that the service experience they receive reflects the commitments of the city. A review of the Leisure Access Program, which allows eligible Edmontonians in low-income situations to have access to recreation facilities and attractions for free or at reduced cost. And then financial sustainability, and growth planning will also continue to be key themes in Q3. Next slide. Finally, under the MGA, you are required to approve operating and capital budgets, and you will approve the 4-year 27 to 30 capital and operating budgets in Q4. This approach is critical to map out how property tax dollars and other funding is allocated to the 70 lines of service that Edmontonians rely on every day, as well as hundreds of construction projects that are underway. I hope this gives you a sense of what the year ahead looks like, and we look forward to accomplishing this together. So the next slide, sorry. The overview that we provided today is not an exhaustive list. In addition to the motion-driven and admin-driven council reports on priority work topics, a number of these items will come to council. Some examples of these include approximately 19 public hearings, which will address land development applications and bylaw amendments, annual reports, and audited financial statements presentations from the business improvement areas, civic agency appointments, ongoing intergovernmental updates, quarterly capital and operating financial updates, procurement activity updates, and major project update, which is regularly sent to council via memo. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to Salima.
Great, thank you, Eddie. While we are updating council in the next year, we thought it would be valuable to check in on our progress with council orientation and share our plans for 2026. We are already well underway when it comes to 25-29 term council orientation, but there's a lot of great information on the way to yourselves as well. Today you've heard presentations on city structure, city culture, the city plan, and now on council forecast for the next few months and into the new year. This afternoon, we'll dive a bit deeper into the fundamentals of finance, taxation, and reporting. These are all legislative training requirements that are being met through these sessions. Over the next few city council orientation meetings, we will be diving deeper into each of the corporate focus areas. And lastly, our final legislative training on public engagement and research will occur shortly after we've wrapped up with budget. In addition to these sessions, there are a number of information sessions being provided to City Council and your staff. Next slide, please. Thank you. There are a number of topics we have completed so far, and we have a few more before the end of 25 orientation calendar. Administration is continuing to evaluate which additional sessions will be added to the 2026 orientation calendar, and these dates and sessions will be shared with City Council as soon as possible. In order to effectively plan these will be incorporated in and around the 2026 council calendar. And with that, I will turn it back to Eddie.
So we're ready to hit the ground running with our new council and look forward to continuing to work with you over the next 4 years to meet the shared goals and outcomes for a stronger and thriving Edmonton. At this time, we'd be happy to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. If you have any questions, please sign into eScribe. We'll start with Councillor Jans.
Thank you. This was helpful and nice to see it kind of laid out like that. I guess not to get too deep into specifics, but there's a number of what I'll call hangover motions from the last council or reports or action items, especially I can think of a number around planning and development. Could you clarify what that could look like? Some of the pieces around the zoning bylaw or substantial completion or other pieces like that.
So we have a number of motions related to district planning and the zoning bylaw. We do intend to collect a few of those motions to bring a report early to council in the new year to confirm the collective direction, approach, work plan, engagement on the work before setting out to do much of it over the course of 2026. When it comes to the work around substantial completion, there were a number of motions to conduct work in advance of bringing substantial completion back to council, which included looking at the servicing study for land south of 41st Avenue, along with a number of other action items. So that work is anticipated to take another year before we bring the substantial completion back to committee and council.
Okay, so, and the zoning bylaw, and could you elaborate on that?
So related to the zoning bylaw, again, that would be a number of motions we've received. Some of them we will be able to address through omnibus changes. Some of them require some engagement, and so we're looking for direction as well in terms of the timing of some of that work. But we are looking at doing something early in the new year to confirm direction with council.
Okay. I find the items due report really, really helpful and I'm just looking to confirmation that that's been updated with best guesses for the new council. The items due chart.
Yeah, so it's updated as per the direction from council or committee when those motions were passed. Administration doesn't have the authority to change the due dates. The only people that can do that are the 13 of you. So it's the current list. So everything that's in items due, and I can send you the link, is current.
So I'm just going to pull one out of the air. I made a motion about lodging houses that I believe was coming back to Q2. Would I find that in items due, or am I hearing from DCM Petrin that it may actually be, there might be a different report coming and that'll be included in that report, which I'm fine to. I just want to know I can track all my homework.
From what I can recall, Councillor Jans, that report would track on its own. So there would be its own report on that one.
Okay, excellent. And then I know I'd made a motion about traffic safety teams a couple of years ago. I know Councillor Paquette made a motion, I think in August, about traffic safety teams as well too. Something like that. Would that be coming directly to the considerations around the 4-year budget, or would that be, are we going to see some packages and information about it first? Maybe to.
I know, I think the two reports that you're referring to, there's two different motions on similar topics. One, or both of them are to be delivered at Fall Soba as a part, or sorry, at the same time as Fall Soba. So not as an attachment, but I know the one that like Safe Mobility is leading, for example, that is like the motion, the wording was to bring a report with options at Fall Soba. So I know that's the one associated with the team. And then there's another one being led by Community Services, and I think the timing is the exact same. So those are both to be published shortly for deliberation, concurrent to Fall Soba. Does that answer the question?
I think so. So I believe that if I'm hearing you, that sounds like a report will come to committee. We'll have a discussion at committee, and then from there, the committee can action it towards Fall Soba or not.
I think the Safe Mobility one is I think they're both going directly to council.
As part of the 4-year budget?
The motion wording for the Safe Mobility one is to deliver it at the same time. I'll have to double check. I'm confident that one is to be with Fall Soba though, so I think it's direct to council.
Yeah, and then, I think this is great for now. I'll leave it here. Defer to the chair. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Palmer, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for putting this together. It really helps for me as a new counselor just to put it into perspective of what we need to look forward to. I was wondering about updates in major projects, so things like Blatchford and LRT. Is that part of counselor orientation, or are those things that we would do separately?
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. We are working towards supporting the Infrastructure Committee in February. We're also working to have elements of infrastructure embedded into some of the focus area presentations on growth planning and on financial sustainability. But we're working also to do a bit of an info session just on project delivery in general.
Okay, so two places, in Infrastructure Committee and in budget.
And you also receive a capital financial update 3 times a year, and in there will be a complete listing of significant capital projects where you will get an update in the attachment and have the ability to ask any questions.
Thank you. And when is the next one for the next capital update?
Scheduled for mid-December.
Okay, perfect. Look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Somewhat similar to Councillor Jans's question, we typically have the general repealing bylaw that comes forward. Has there been some work to look at potentially holdover motions that we don't need to action?
Yeah, so as your orientation is kind of just kicking off, we were just looking at having something, getting through orientation and getting through budget and having that coming forward in Q1 of 2026. So I think your questions are kind of helping us to inform our thinking, but again, that'll be coming forward in Q1 2026.
Great. And is there the possibility of some informal feedback that the council could provide to potentially inform that conversation?
I'll speak for myself and then stand to be corrected by the city manager. We would love feedback. I think what's been presented is, if just looking at the agenda forecast, your agendas are already quite full out until a year from now. So if there's direction on how to align your time with your strategic direction, that'd be great.
We would always welcome informal feedback on that.
Okay, great. And again, timelines, if we have that to you by the end of the year, the repealing bylaw will come forward.
We were looking at the early February council meeting. So I'd say if we can get through orientation and then maybe we could even take it offline, and happy to have a walkthrough of actually, we're talking about items due. If you're not familiar with it, it's a list, and we're happy to have informal dialogue and take some feedback.
Great. I also just noticed in this item, it was the first time I saw there was the nature of the verbal report attachment with the motion on it. I thought that was a great practice. Are we planning to carry that forward?
We are.
Excellent. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang.
just a couple small questions. For the remainder of 2025, the 2026 waste services and Blatchford utility rate filings, is that just going directly to budget? Because we don't have any utility committee until February. I just want to clarify the sequence.
Yeah, so you'll deal with them as council since you don't have a utility committee, and I'll maybe just look for Harm to confirm that.
That's correct, Councillor. Those two reports will be coming directly to council
Yeah.
as a part of the budget deliberations.
Yeah. Because typically we would deal with that first at utility.
Correct, yeah. Typically in a normal process, you'd go to utility committee first, and then utility committee would recommend that to council.
I'm just trying to remember like the last few utility, we didn't touch this at all, right? This is gonna be the first time.
That's
Okay.
right, not these rate filings. This would be the first time you're seeing them. And the utility advisor would also be present for those budget deliberations.
Okay, so we can treat it as kind of like a utility committee with
Yeah,
all council.
he'd be available for questions, yeah.
Great, thank you.
And he's also filing reports as well for both of those rate filings.
Okay. More for us to read.
Yes.
Great. And then I may have missed this in the November 6th information management training, but with Bill 50 and the additional requirements, are we getting a policy training at all, or is that just on our own? Learn it online.
Sorry, there was a session on Friday with the staff, and we're also working with Victoria, the COLT team, to provide support to your offices. So if you need additional support, we can take that offline
Okay.
and make sure that you and your offices have what you need.
Yeah, for sure, the office staff will have that. I guess I'm talking about for the rest of us, 'cause I'll be honest, I kind of did not spend a lot of time on policy in the last 4 years, and I understand I do have to now, because these are new requirements by our provincial government. So just want to clarify, are we just kind of request the help as needed, but there won't be anything dedicated to that, right?
We can take that offline and work with your offices. From the experience that we've seen so far, small groups might work better, so you can
Okay.
do it hands-on rather
great.
than, we've done it high level, but I think just one-on-one support might be quicker and easier for you.
Okay, great. I would love that, actually. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Morgan, do you mind taking the chair?
Yeah, I can take the chair, and looks like Councillor Paquette, you're up next.
Great,
Floor
thank
is
you.
yours.
So, more of a schedule management type of question. Of course, with emergent items, councillors do make motions. Sometimes it's in relation to a report we get from administration. Sometimes it's an emergent issue, and that can add to the workflow. And so I am just wondering, would it be beneficial for the organization if councillors are going to make a motion to sort of work together and say, hey, listen, I'm making a motion on this aspect of things. Do you have anything related to that? And we can just sort of like put it together into one motion, and that way we don't have like 12 dozen motions somewhere. We've got like, just a few that are very, very key and focused.
I think at any time council can align on items or issues, administration would be pleased to receive that.
Okay, so an example I will give, and is that I know that for a number of councillors, there are infrastructure projects in their wards that they would like to get some kind of attention to, or at least get it on the radar, and so that can lead to potentially 6 to 12 different motions. Do we keep those completely separate, or if they're similar, like let's say it's road widening, or let's say it's, whatever, what have you? Is it better to just sort of say, okay, you know what, you've got a road, you've got a road, you've got a road, you've got a road, put it all together as one package?
Yeah, I think anytime there's alignment on concerns or issues, on that specific example, obviously there's policy direction on how we order that work. It's council's priority or prerogative to adjust that. So coming together as a group and having that conversation on what those priorities look like in the wards and how we look at our prioritization as per policy, I think is something that would be beneficial if it was put together in a conversation for sure.
Right, and just, rolling through with that same example, then maybe it's not about individual infrastructure projects, but like a larger strategy approach.
Always better.
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. You can have the chair again.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other questions. We've been going through this pretty quick. It's 11:11, make a wish. I think we got it granted. Is there a will from council to bring anything else forward, or would that be too soon? Maybe we should break earlier. Would that be easier?
If it's council's will, we can go into the finance presentation right away.
We can.
We can, yeah,
Okay,
we're prepared.
great. They're ready to go. Then
I'll move a motion to bring that item, no, good.
I don't think we need a motion for that because it wasn't time specific.
never mind.
But I do appreciate it. So yeah, thank you very much for that. And I see we've got our finance crew coming on down. By the way, if anyone ever
Is
gets...
it possible we could have a 5 or 10 minute recess?
That
just
would
to
be great. Let's
yeah,
do a
would you mind?
5-minute recess. And I'll tell you one of my motivations. So I thought maybe putting a tea bag of chai into my coffee would make it taste wonderful. It has not. So we're on recess. are now going to begin council orientation, fundamentals of finance, taxation, and reporting. Folks, if you got popcorn, you want to get it out.
Could we
Here
just
go.
do a roll call, please?
Oh yeah, we can absolutely do a roll call, yep. Councillor Principe is here, but not quite in her seat yet. We'll wait on her, we'll come back to that. Councillor Morgan.
Hello.
Good morning. Councillor Johns.
Hello.
Morning. Councillor Rutherford. Yeah, maybe coming back. Councillor Clark.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Hello. The mayor's away on city business. Councillor Palmer.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson may be coming back soon. And we've got Councillor Elliott was unable to make it today. He's busy. And then Councillor Wright as well, I believe. So, but we do have quorum and we are ready to go. So please proceed.
Good morning. We're here today to present on the fundamentals of budgeting and financial administration. With me to present, I have Harm Ride, Deputy City Treasurer and Branch Manager of Financial Services, and Kate Watt, the City Assessor and Branch Manager of Assessment and Taxation. Also here to answer questions is Nancy Chow, Acting Director of Budget Planning and Development. Next slide, please. Shown on this screen are the major budget and financial reporting touch points over the next 30, 60, and 90 days. Starting with the next 30 days, later this week, administration will release the fall 2025 supplemental operating and capital budget adjustment reports and the carbon budget update. These reports include proposed adjustments to the 2026 operating and capital budgets, the fourth year of the 2023 to 2026 budget cycle. At the November 25th City Council meeting, administration will present the 2025 supplemental operating budget and capital adjustments alongside that carbon budget update. Discussion on the budgets at this meeting is limited to 2 rounds of questions, and typically council will ask preliminary clarification questions of administration in advance of the more thorough budget deliberations in December. We will be presenting the September 30th operating and capital financial updates on December 8th. These are information reports that provide council with reporting on the actual financial results against the budget up to September 30th, 2025, and the projected year-end results for 2025. However, to set the context for budget discussions, we will also provide a brief snapshot of the September 30th operating results on November 25th during the opening budget presentation. Budget deliberations will commence on December 1st and are with a planned end date of December 4th. After budget deliberations, our focus will shift to closing out the financial year end for 2025. Preliminary year-end results for 2025 will be presented to City Council in March of 2026, and the audited consolidated financial statements for 2025 will be presented to Audit Committee and then City Council in April. Through the remainder of the fall and into the new year, we continue to prepare for the 2027 to 2030 proposed operating and capital budget discussions scheduled for the fall of 2026. Our presentation today is focused on budget and financial reporting processes. Next week, we'll discuss financial sustainability as a focus area, as well as the details of the supplementary budget adjustment. With budget deliberations in December, these will take a deeper dive We'll then take a deeper dive into the 2026 operating budget. Next slide, please. We'll start off by talking about governance, roles, and responsibilities, as well as policies. Next slide. Achieving and maintaining financial sustainability is foundational to everything our municipality does and requires a collaborative partnership between council and administration to ensure long-term fiscal financial health. Council operates from a governance perspective, focusing on the strategic rules and limits. As council, you set strategic direction, define policy and funding frameworks, and provide the necessary oversight and accountability that enables long-term financial planning. Administration manages the financial operations of the corporation. As administration, we execute on the strategic direction provided by council, manage performance, and report regularly. This ensures that administration acts as financial stewards, ensuring operational efficiency while considering risk. This integrated effort achieves the 4 common shared objectives: to strengthen our long-term financial sustainability by ensuring today's decisions support a resilient future, to align financial resources with strategic priorities to deliver the greatest value to the community, to deliver efficient and accountable services through ongoing performance measurement, and critically to balance renewal and growth investments to maintain reliable infrastructure and manage the total cost of ownership. Next slide. I'm not going to spend much time on this slide as it'll be familiar to you from this morning's presentation. The City of Edmonton's strategic vision and plans all work together to direct the growth and evolution of Edmonton. These plans work together to help us understand where are we now, where are we going, and how will we get there. Next slide. When we discuss legislative and compliance requirements, we are focusing on the mandates that govern the city's financial operations, primarily from the Municipal Government Act, but we're also guided by items like the Major Cities Investment Regulation, the Police Act, and the Edmonton City Charter. City policies are approved by council. The notable ones that influence the budget and financial reporting processes are listed on this slide. On the right hand, there are key council-approved financial policies that govern the city's financial decisions. These represent a selection of the major financial policies rather than an exhaustive list, and are instrumental in ensuring the financial health and sustainability of the city. Policy establishes a clear framework ensuring that council members' decisions are consistent, principles-based, and align with the community's strategic plan or long-term vision. Policies set expectations for how administration will execute services, manage resources, and implement the will of council. This delineates the separation between the what of policy as set by council and the how, the procedures and operation that are determined by administration. Next slide, please. This section will set the stage for a deeper dive into the city's financial position, including the city's economic condition, financial reality, and challenges. This will cover the systemic issues impacting our long-term fiscal sustainability, including the fiscal gap, insufficient non-tax revenue growth, and capital renewal challenges. We'll only touch on these in this presentation today, and we'll expand more on each of those in the presentations that you'll receive in the coming weeks. We'll review financial administration tools and policies such as reserves, debt management, and the fiscal policy for revenue generation, all of which are critical to managing these challenges. It's imperative that council consider and understand the future impact of existing decisions that influence our financial sustainability. Next slide, please. Municipalities are the closest level of government to people, and as a result, often have the most impact on their day-to-day lives. Residents look to cities to provide a high quality of life by offering diverse programs, services, and infrastructure. Resident expectations for the level and range of services provided by local governments continues to grow. The cost of fulfilling this mandate can be significant, which is why fiscal sustainability is important. In the municipal government context, financial sustainability refers to the city's capacity to meet both its current and future financial obligations. Continued financial strength and focus on long-term financial sustainability allows us to meet both current and future obligations in a way that limits the need for unexpected tax, utility, or user fee increases, unplanned cutbacks in programs or service levels, and unjustified reductions in infrastructure investment. Being financially sustainable ensures that we deliver the programs, services, and infrastructure of today in a way that doesn't compromise the city's ability to deliver these same things in the future. Next slide. Cities are bound by the Municipal Government Act, the provincial legislation governing all Alberta municipalities. More specifically, this legislation constrains how municipalities are permitted to raise revenues. As a result, municipalities are highly reliant on property taxes as a source of revenue. Edmonton is part of a larger metropolitan area, but is the region's economic anchor, and at times that can come with increased demand on city services and infrastructure. The city's limited taxation and revenue powers can make it challenging to deal with those demands. The City of Edmonton is also reliant on provincial and federal grants to fund its capital programs. Given this, the city actively monitors the status of programs like the provincial local government fiscal framework and other forms of grant funding to optimize the use of these programs in capital planning. As the City of Edmonton continues to grow and transition from a medium-sized to a large city, so do the expectations of residents. Globally aware, internet-connected residents now expect both a greater variety and a higher level of service when compared to previous decades, at a time when Edmontonians are feeling cost pressures and the tolerance for higher taxes to support these programs and services is decreasing. As our population continues to grow, so do the infrastructure, maintenance, and capital growth requirements, which highlights the last point. With limited financial resources, the city continues to assess the allocation of funding for growth and renewal, balancing the need to address an expanding renewal deficit with the city's continued growth. In the coming days and weeks, you'll hear more about the financial challenges the city is facing. An important aspect of financial administration is ensuring that the city has sufficient financial capacity to deliver its programs and services and fund the required infrastructure. The city's budgeting processes are focused on ensuring the city has sufficient financial capacity. The city spends approximately $4 billion each year on programs and services and over $1.5 billion on capital expenditures. To ensure it has the financial capacity to fund these costs, the city requires a diversified and stable mix of revenue sources. And while the City of Edmonton has a diversified and stabilized mix, including fines and permits, franchise fees, dividends, investment income, and provincial and federal operating grants, it relies heavily on two major sources of revenue: property tax and user fees, such as bus fares and recreation center fees. A diverse mix of revenue sources can reduce the city's vulnerability from overexposure to any single revenue source. And Council Policy C624, Fiscal Policy for Revenue Generation, provides a framework to guide the financial decisions on the fundamental question of who pays for what, in what amount, and why. What the city delivers is significant, and there is an ever-present need to prioritize the programs, services, and capital projects the city delivers so that the highest number of strategic objectives can be achieved with the financial resources available. It's also important for the city to grow in a financially sustainable and efficient manner consistent with the city plan. Next slide, please. An important component of fiscal sustainability and financial administration is asset stewardship. The City of Edmonton is recognized as a leader in municipal infrastructure and financial management. It's focused on optimizing life cycle and value for money in its two most significant assets: capital infrastructure, such as roads and bridges, and financial investments. The Integrated Infrastructure Service Department stewards the city's asset management policy, provides periodic updates to council on the state and condition of infrastructure assets, and uses a risk-based infrastructure management system known as RIMS to determine the optimal level of infrastructure renewal investment. The city spends over $1.5 billion annually on capital. About 30% is allocated to maintain and improve the condition of the city's existing assets, renewal, and the remaining 70% is allocated for new projects categorized as growth. The other significant class of assets includes the city's financial investments, with a market value of $4.2 billion at the end of September 2025. These investments include the City of Edmonton's EdTel Endowment Fund. The EdTel Endowment Fund was created in 1995 to hold the financial assets generated by the sale of Edmonton telephones to TELUS Corporation. It's considered a financial legacy for future generations that delivers a stable, sustainable, and growing dividend to the city. The balance of the EdTel Endowment Fund is now $1.2 billion. The fund pays an annual dividend to the City of Edmonton and has paid more than $1 billion since its inception. Next slide. Prudent financial management ensures that financial flexibility and maintenance of financial capacity is necessary to fund ongoing operations. The city strives to maintain sufficient financial reserves, working capital, and long-term debt capacity to effectively manage and address revenue variability, ongoing obligations, and emerging issues. Most reserves are committed for specific, defined purposes as set out by council or regulation. The city has established a number of financial reserves to address revenue variability and support its long-term financial sustainability. One of the most significant reserves is the Financial Stabilization Reserve. We call this the FSR. The FSR is an uncommitted reserve account established to provide funding for significant emerging issues. The target balance of this reserve is between 5% and 8.3% of total government expenditures, of general government expenditures. Although the minimum and target balances have been stable, the city's policy requires that a risk-based review of the unappropriated FSR be completed a minimum of every 3 years. In this review, we analyze and quantify the financial risks that could impact the city, things like unexpected downturns, major disasters, or revenue volatility. And we also determine if the current minimum and target levels are still appropriate given the city's current financial environment and risk profile. Recommendations for revisions to the minimum and target balances would then be presented to City Council for approval. When the FSR is below its minimum balance, a place we now find ourselves, the FSR policy requires a strategy to reach a minimum balance within 3 years, starting the year after the reserve has fallen below its minimum balance. Last year, through the fall 2024 supplemental operating budget adjustment process, Council approved an exemption to allow a 5-year repayment strategy from 2025 to 2029. This strategy included $10 million in one-time 2025 tax savings and tax increases of 0.5% in 2025 and 0.6% in 2026. The strategy assumes a balanced position for 2025 to 2029 and the replenishment of the FSR back to its minimum balance by 2029. Once the FSR minimum is met, in accordance with the strategy, the funds will be redirected to a dedicated renewal fund for the city's capital infrastructure renewal deficit. I'll speak a bit more about the Financial Stabilization Reserve on the next slide in terms of risk management. Just back me up a little bit. Debt is an important and necessary tool that allows the city to complete its capital infrastructure program. It is important to point out that unlike federal and provincial governments, the city only uses debt to fund capital assets. The City of Edmonton Charter regulation allows the city to establish its own debt limits, provided the city obtains an external credit rating and develops a council-approved debt policy. Annually, the city obtains a credit rating from S&P Global. Our most recent credit rating this summer saw the city's credit rating improve from AA to AA+. The city's use of debt is guided by City Policy C-203D, Debt Management Fiscal Policy. We categorize debt into 2 main categories, tax-supported and self-liquidating debt. Tax-supported debt is debt that is paid through property taxes, and self-liquidating is issued to fund capital expenditures for self-funded programs, including but not limited to utilities and local improvements. Total debt servicing includes both tax-supported and self-liquidating debt. Under the policy, tax-supported debt servicing is limited to 18% of tax-supported net operating expenditures. Tax-supported debt servicing can exceed 18% for the following reasons: to provide city-matched funding required to leverage external funds, where the external amount is a minimum of 1/3 total project costs. So it's like when we can use 33% dollars to fund something. Where debt is self-supporting tax-guaranteed debt, so where we have a very specific funding source allocated to deal with that tax-supported debt, and where the tax-supported debt is required for emergency purposes. Total debt servicing is allowed up to 21% of city revenues, and total debt servicing is permitted up to 26% of city revenues, but only for emergency purposes as defined in the debt policy. The City of Edmonton borrows through the Government of Alberta's Department of Treasury Board and Finance, using rates available to large municipalities in the bond market to determine the city's cost of borrowing. Interest rates are established at the time of borrowing and remain constant through the term of the debenture, eliminating the risk associated with fluctuating interest cost. Repayments are made annually or semi-annually. Next slide, please. Administration mitigates the risk over a 4-year budget cycle using 2 different financial mechanisms: the Financial Stabilization Reserve and the Financial Strategies Program within corporate programs. I spoke a bit about the Financial Stabilization Reserve. The FSR is a balance sheet account with funding set aside for the purpose of addressing financial risks associated with revenue instability and unforeseen costs on a transitional basis, and to ensure the orderly provision of services to Edmontonians. The source of funding for the FSR has generally been tax-supported operating surplus. Every year, tax-supported operating surpluses are transferred to the reserve, or tax-supported deficits are absorbed by the reserve. Financial Strategies is a budgeted expense line item within the corporate program section of the operating budget. It's used to centrally manage volatility in budget line items, including items like fuel, utility costs, and inflation. It's also used to manage unknown factors in the operating budget, most significantly being the estimates for unknown amounts. These are expenses where the city knows an expense will be incurred, but we are uncertain of the amount. These are for things such as employment contracts in years not covered by collective bargaining agreements and other estimates. Unlike the FSR, which addresses one-time budget pressures, the Financial Strategies account is used to manage ongoing budget items and is funded through the tax levy. The balance is determined based on specified risks identified within the budget. Both the FSR and Financial Strategies are critical to the financial sustainability of the corporation and to manage financial pressures. I'll now move on to the budget process. Next slide. And the next one. Earlier this morning, we discussed the city's strategic planning framework. This slide further demonstrates the important integration between budget and corporate strategy. The city's strategic planning documents connect Edmonton and the city plan, set the city's priorities over the long term, planning for a city of 2 million people. These documents drive the city's 4-year corporate business plan and the long-range capital and operating investment outlooks. The foundation of the city's multi-year budgeting processes are the 10-year operating and capital outlooks. Both are used by administration and council to understand the long-term financial implications of the city's current service levels alongside assumptions on growth, inflation, and other economic factors. These documents are important in the strategic decision-making process to determine how to best allocate funding to provide services and build and maintain infrastructure for the next multi-year operating and capital budgets. And I'll talk a little bit more about those in the coming slides. The outlooks provide direction for the corporate business plan and the department and branch action plans and the development of the proposed 4-year operating and capital budgets. Next slide, please. Going a little deeper into the multi-year budgeting process, this slide outlines the key elements of the 4-year operating and capital budgets. The operating investment outlook provides information about what the city's financial future may hold when applying assumptions grounded in today's best available information, as well as accounting for all decisions and obligations made by council to date. The operating investment outlook will provide economic assumptions that will be expected to be used in longer-term planning and budget development, and also identify the debt and operating impacts for capital for large, multi-year, previously approved capital projects like LRT. The operating outlook will provide a guide for the development of the 4-year department and branch business plans, as well as the operating budget. The long-term, 10-year, 2027 to 2036 capital and operating outlooks will be provided to council in early 2026. With these outlooks developed, administration will commence work on the 4-year operating and capital budgets. These multi-year budgets allow council and administration to take a longer-term view of Edmonton's needs and plan stable program and service delivery approaches. It also allows for flexibility for 2 opportunities for council to adjust budget through supplementary budget adjustment processes. Through the approved multi-year budgeting policy, there's an ability to amend the budget twice a year, and each is confined generally to 4 different circumstances. External factors, such as provincial and federal budgets or legislation changes, adjustments for operating impacts of capital, unforeseen changes in economic forecasts, and council-directed changes. The fall supplemental budget adjustment process occurs in November and December each year prior to the start of the new year to accommodate any budget adjustments to the previously approved 4-year budget. For example, later this month, we'll be presenting the fall supplemental operating and capital budget adjustments, the 4th and final for the 2023 to 2026 4-year operating and capital budget cycles. 3 to 4 months later, in the spring of a budget year, administration will return with the municipal tax levy confirmation in order to confirm the tax increase for the year, so we're able to then bring forward the property tax bylaw for the year to set tax rates in order to generate the tax revenue required to support the operations as you've approved in the budget. Typically, the fall supplemental budget adjustment will include more adjustments to the operating budget, while the spring supplemental budget adjustment, or tax levy confirmation, is more of a formality intended to capture any last-minute changes, such as those resulting from changes to the provincial budget prior to finalizing tax rates for the year. Next slide, please. The city leverages data across many sources from the city in the development of the budget, from development information that helps us form estimates of growth to asset condition data that helps us inform our prioritization of capital. We will share more of this information through the budget development process, but our intent today is to show you the many things that we consider in the development of a 4-year budget. Administration considers these things to ensure that what we propose is aligned with the direction of council and meets the needs of the community. Our process starts with the vision and the direction from the strategic plans, and as we build the budget, we check in with council to understand the things that are important to you to ensure that we're serving the community. We also look at the circumstances around us. We review the economic context of our city and elsewhere, including inflation rates and what that means for operating costs. We look at the economic pressures facing our city and those who choose Edmonton as a home, as well as the limited ability of businesses and property tax owners to take on additional taxes. We consider the satisfaction survey when we engage Edmontonians through a coordinated engagement plan, and we understand how our budget affects the city's workforce. We seek to understand the carbon impact of any budgetary decisions, and working within our budget principles and working alongside boards and commissions, we use all of this information to develop our proposed budget. New in this upcoming 4-year, we will be developing and transitioning to results-based budgeting. Next slide, please. A key requirement of the Municipal Government Act is a balanced operating budget. It mandates that for the annual operating budget, estimated total revenues must be sufficient to cover estimated expenditures. This ensures financial discipline, prevents debt accumulation for day-to-day services, and ensures that municipalities are financially sustainable in the long term. The MGA requires the capital budget to identify the estimated costs of capital property additions and the sources of funding for those additions. Capital projects can be funded by debt, borrowing, grants, or reserves and surpluses built up in previous years. As long as the funding source is identified and within the legislated limits, like debt limits or our debt management fiscal policy, the capital budget does not need to be balanced purely by current operating revenue on a year-over-year basis. To meet the balanced budget requirement, a municipality's revenue sources, which include property taxes, user fees, and grants, must be forecast to meet the estimated cost of service delivery. If estimated expenditures exceed revenues, council must either increase the revenues, so increase property taxes, increase user fees, or find other sources of revenue, decrease expenditures, and that can be done through reducing service levels or finding internal savings, or transfer funds from reserves, but remembering that one-time revenues or savings are set aside generally for one-time operating purposes. In summary, the Municipal Government Act's budget requirement is the annual adoption of an operating budget where estimated revenues are at least equal to estimated expenses. Next slide, please. To ensure our budgets are prepared with financial sustainability in mind, we use the following budget principles to guide the management of our financial resources. First, you'll see the principles that ongoing expenses are funded from ongoing revenues. This ensures sustainability of our regular operations. Next, one-time revenues can only fund one-time expenses. This prevents us from using temporary funds to support recurring ongoing costs, which is not sustainable. Third, savings from updates to financial forecasts are specifically used to address any emerging budget pressures as a result of financial forecasts that are creating those pressures. And finally, savings from management decisions are used for reallocation through the organization, allowing us to strategically invest in other priority areas and address new needs as they arise. Next slide. There are two key approaches to building a budget around service levels. On the left, we see an approach where we start with the desired service level, then determine the necessary resources, for example, the people, time, and equipment required to deliver the service at the chosen level to develop the corresponding budget. On the right side, the approach begins with available budget. From there, we determine the service level that can be achieved and allocate the resources, people, time, and equipment that can help us, that can deliver the service within that budget. On the next slide, we'll highlight how these two approaches have typically been applied at the city. In the capital budget, we start first by determining the total funding available, then allocating that funding to capital projects using the prioritization criteria and balancing both the growth and renewal needs. Within the operating budget, we have typically started with the base operating budget consistent with the service levels already established. With this methodology, we typically assume those services continue at their stated levels, and we add enhancements by service package. Now, in an environment of persistent inflation, it's becoming increasingly difficult to achieve consistent service levels without significant increases in taxes. In our current economic environment, with the limited resources, it might be wise to adopt a budget-first approach. By starting with the budget, we ensure that we make the most efficient use of available funds, preventing overspending, and aligning our service levels with realistic financial capabilities. A change in approach may be necessary for the upcoming 4-year budget cycle, and we'll talk more about that in the coming months. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to spend a few moments going over the budget highlights. Next slide. The City of Edmonton's budget has 4 components. Looking at the currently approved 2026 operating budget, the total annual operating budget is $4 billion and deals with the day-to-day costs required to run the city. This includes maintaining the roads and public transit that move people, police, bylaws, and fire rescue services that keep people safe, parks and waste management to keep communities clean and healthy, and social programs and leisure activities that make Edmonton a great place in which to live, work, and visit. The operating budget identifies the costs for these services and the sources of revenue to pay for these services, including property taxes, utility rates, and user fees. Next, the 4-year capital budget, which is around $11.5 billion and includes all approved capital projects in the 2023 to 2026 cycle and approved projects that extend past that 2026 year. The capital budget addresses infrastructure that city builds, such as roads, bridges, recreation centers, fire halls, police stations, and libraries. The city invests in new infrastructure to meet the needs of a growing population and economy, and repairs and maintains existing infrastructure to maintain the high standards that Edmontonians expect. The main funding source to build and renew the infrastructure required for a progressive and modern city includes grants from provincial and federal governments, the city's investment income, developer fees and local improvement levies, and debt financing. The utility budget includes the budget for the city's two utilities, waste and Blatchford Renewable Energy Utility. The total budget for these two utilities is $244 million in revenues and expenditures, the majority of that being with the waste service utility. And lastly, we have a carbon budget, which was new for the 2023 to 2026 budget cycle. Edmonton is one of the first cities in North America to present a carbon budget alongside our financial budgets. This is an emerging field, and methods to determine and forecast emissions are continually evolving as knowledge and expertise grows. The carbon budget measures and tracks progress against Edmonton's emissions targets. The carbon budget enables council and administration to adjust strategies as needed to make progress towards the emission targets in our community energy transition strategy. It's a tool to support decision-making. Unlike the capital, operating, and utility budgets, council does not deliberate or approve the carbon budget. The carbon budget is a tool that shows the greenhouse gas GHG impacts of budget requests. This allows council to weigh climate change impacts when they're making financial decisions. I think so, maybe. Okay, it's this probably a natural place to pause before I get into talking a little bit more specifically, so I'll pause here.
Thank you. So yeah, we'll pause here. Do you want to take any, because these questions probably are fully connected, or do you want to take some questions first before you move into the operating and other pieces? We only have a couple minutes before the recess, so.
I'm good either way. It might be beneficial, though, to have us run through operating and capital to give you a flavor of what's in there.
So then we actually we don't need to do it. We can just break a few minutes early. We're allowed to do that. So let's, and especially because we're ahead of schedule on this. Just from a calendar management, since we are ahead of schedule, have we talked about if this is done and then we would 7.4 would still have to go tomorrow no matter what? Perfect. Okay. So whenever we finish this item, which we will come back to at the 1:30 break, then we'll finish that. And if we're done early, we'll finish we'll recess until Tuesday. But for now, we will also take our recess until 1:30. So. So we'll take this recess. Right now, we'll take our regular lunch recess. We'll come back. We'll finish the presentation for item 7.3. Once we're finished 7.3, we'll take a recess until Tuesday afternoon. We can't do 7.4 early.
Yeah, but you still have regular council tomorrow morning.
Correct.
Just for fun.
Yeah, just for fun, right? All right, great. We are on break until 1:30. Thanks, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Morgan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Rutherford is there. Hello. Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Palmer.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Elliott is still unable to join us today. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So what will happen, just to give everyone a quick update as to where we're at in the process, we will be finishing this presentation on the budget, once that presentation is finished, we'll ask some questions. It is looking like we will have a lot of time, and so there is an opportunity before us today to take the budget process report. The clerks have the ability to take that report and just continue it on with this agenda, which would help free up some time for Tuesday morning's council meeting. So I'll let you think about that if there's any concerns before we proceed with that, but I see no reason why we shouldn't do that in interest of looking at the council agenda that's scheduled for only 2.5 hours tomorrow morning. So so in the meantime, what we'll do is we'll just turn the floor back over and finish the presentation and then go to do some questions. While that presentation is occurring, Councillor Rutherford, I'm going to hand you the chair for the next 5 or 10 minutes or so while the presentation is finishing up, and I'll be back as soon as I can.
I have the chair. Okay, please go ahead with the presentation.
Slide 24. Yeah, this is slide 24. This is where you finish. I know. We can take it. No, we didn't. We didn't do 22.
I read the carbon budget, you guys. Yeah, it's this one.
Okay, go back one. Go
Yeah,
back one.
sorry, this is the right one. Like, that's the lead-in. So right here, I would be like, next slide, please. No, I'm good. Okay, sorry about that. On the expense, okay, so I'm gonna walk you just through some operating budget highlights. So if we go to the next slide. On the expense side, like all Edmontonians, the city is experiencing rising costs from inflation. In particular, the city is experiencing higher fuel costs to operate the city's vehicle fleet, including the transit fleet that Edmontonians rely on, higher utility costs to keep facilities operational, rising personnel costs to address both employee growth and wage growth for thousands of employees who reliably deliver the city's services, and higher debt servicing costs from a combination of new tax-supported debt and higher interest rates associated with new borrowings. So as a city, we're able to borrow at fixed rates, but we borrow as we build, and rising interest rates increase the cost of servicing for the debt projects that we're currently working on, those that are under construction, or those that have yet to commence. Our debt servicing pressures are largely related to transformational projects like the continued expansion of our LRT network and converting the Yellowhead Trail into a freeway. The city will also leverage debt to build the Lewis Farms Community Recreation Center and Library and significant renewal projects.
Sorry, Stacy, can you pause for a second?
You bet.
Can we make sure that we have cameras on and stay on, please, for quorum purposes? So anybody that can, so I see Councillor Wright and Councillor Principe turn their cameras on. Is that sufficient, Madam Clerk? Aileen, do we have quorum now?
Yeah, I can see we have a quorum. Thank you so much.
Okay, so please, if you're online, please keep your camera on so we can maintain quorum even if a councillor leaves the chambers for whatever reason. Thank you. Sorry, Stacy, please continue.
When combined with several years of tax increases below inflation, that was before the 2023 to 2026 budget, this placed considerable strain on the operating budget. To address these pressures, administration has been focusing on budgetary restraint and program deferrals. While we start with the base budget, we don't simply add inflation to every line item in the base budget to arrive at expenditures. Business areas are asked to manage cost pressures, and throughout the city, programs areas take a thoughtful approach to the budgets, addressing the cost pressures that they are experiencing through innovation, internal reprioritization, and potentially deferring growth until later years. This approach has allowed us to limit tax increases to the 6.4% at a time when we're still trying to catch up on what has previously been experienced for inflation. Next slide, please. The Operating Investment Outlook, or OIO, represents the 10-year forecast of incremental changes to the city's operating budget for all tax-supported operations based on a scenario of maintaining current service levels. The 10-year outlook is divided into two segments, years 1 to 4. This is the initial period and provides the preliminary estimate for the 4-year operating budget. And years 5 to 10, this section constitutes the long-term operational outlook. We've got two primary purposes for generating this comprehensive outlook. The first one is to provide that longer-term view of the operating budget impacts. This long view helps us anticipate and plan for various financial pressures that will influence the operating budget, including things like inflationary pressures, cost pressures to maintain services, previously approved capital growth impacts, previously approved debt impacts, economic impacts, and growth pressures. The second purpose is to help prepare the 4-year budget development. The information and forecasts generated through the Operating Investment Outlook are a critical foundation to the material that will help us in the upcoming budget and planning cycle. Next slide, please. This chart provides a visual representation of where the city's operating expenditure budget is for our tax-supported departments based on the most recently approved 2025 budget. You can see from this slide that the most significant portion of city expenditures are in the area of police, transit service, debt repayment, parks and roads. Next slide, please. This chart displays the main sources of funding for the 2025 tax-supported areas. These revenue fund the expenditures that you saw on the previous slide. Taxes collected from residential and non-residential properties make up close to 60% of the total revenue needed for the approved operating budget. User fees account for 9.2% of the revenue collected by the city, and this revenue is generated primarily from development services, permits and fees, recreation facility admissions and program fees, and various other fine revenues. The remaining funding comes from franchise fees from utilities that have infrastructure in the city of Edmonton, including ATCO and EPCOR, an annual dividend from EPCOR, transit revenues, and provincial and federal operating grants. General revenue, shown as 6.5% of total revenues, includes items like investment earnings and dividends and various other revenue streams across the city. Next slide, please. This slide shows the net operating requirement, so essentially expenses less revenue. This is the allocation of property tax dollars to the services in the city's operating budget. Simply put, it is equal to the operating expenditures to provide the city services, less all other non-tax levy revenues generated through the provision of those services, such as user fees. The net balance remaining is what we refer to as the net tax levy requirement or net requirement, and it is that we collect through property taxes. This slide shows the 2025 net tax levy requirement. A large majority of the non-tax levy requirement, again, is in the areas of policing services, debt repayment, and transit services. Next slide. So I'll just take a minute to quickly overview similar slides for the capital budget. The next slide. The Capital Investment Outlook provides a high-level 10-year planning framework, serving as the foundation for the multi-year capital budget. This outlook offers critical insight into unconstrained funding and the city's debt position. It also includes an estimate of 1 to 4 year capital budget and years 5 to 10 projection of the estimated long-term capital plan. The two main purposes for the CIO are first to determine the prioritization of renewal and growth, and it'll include a renewal analysis which models various renewal investment scenarios. The second is to confirm the prioritization criteria for growth projects. With constrained funding and the need to prioritize renewal and growth projects will be limited to those generally mandated by law, things that require safety or eligible external or are eligible for external funding, but the process of the capital investment outlook helps us determine that criteria. The long-term 10-year 2027 to 2036 capital and operating outlooks will be presented to Council in early 2026. Next slide, please. So for context, reflecting on the 2023 to 2026 budget development process, our initial step was to determine the total funding available, followed by the allocation of those funds to capital projects based on established prioritization criteria and methodologies for both renewal and growth. The outcome of that process was the approved capital budget delineated into growth and renewal components. While renewal and growth expenditures will be examined in greater depth under the theme of financial sustainability, we considered it important to draw attention to this slide as we transition to the discussion about the selection of projects through a broader capital program. The city, next slide please, regularly reports on its infrastructure inventory. As of the end of 2024, the city of Edmonton has over $41 billion in assets based on replacement value. This value typically increases as the city continues to grow and upgrade and the cost of construction or acquisition increases. Renewal is one key asset management activity to managing these assets. This could include fully replacing an asset with a new modern equivalent asset or applying a renewal treatment that reinstates the asset or a component of the asset to better physical condition. When made at the appropriate time, these strategic investments help certain assets such as facilities, roads, and bridges achieve a much longer lifespan and reduces the overall investment required in our assets. The graph is to the right illustrates this concept. Smaller and simpler assets, such as equipment, may not have renewal treatments, and they will follow a run-to-fail line in the graph. These assets are used for as long as possible by performing proper maintenance and are replaced at the end of their useful lives. Next slide, please. Strong capital project governance is essential for navigating and changing our environment, managing our capital growth program, building trust with our residents, and ultimately delivering value. The City of Edmonton gated model of capital project governance is our process for the journey of all capital projects take. It's important to note that a gated practice is not unique to the City of Edmonton. Corporations, government entities, and other organizations all use similar approaches to capital governance. It was developed through a collaborative cross-departmental approach. Supported by consultation with industry experts, the model represents the best practices in project management from industry and comparable municipalities. The capital project governance is intended to be a structured decision-making model to improve the success rate of capital projects by ensuring they are well-planned, regularly evaluated, and managed effectively. Previous to this, costs and schedule estimates were developed based on a high-level business case with little to no design information, resulting in a high degree of uncertainty in estimates. Having the second approval after a design phase allows council to weigh in on estimates that are based on fully developed scope and schematic level of design. Currently, careful consideration is given to the advancement of a project at the end of phases. As a project moves along its lifestyle, the project matures, and the availability of information to support the investment decision increases. Generally, the cost of planning and design phase in relation to the overall project cost ranges from 3% to 8%, depending on the asset or project type. The small investment allows for working with program teams to engage and ensure we have the right scope and the asset functions as needed. As infrastructure costs have risen in the market, this is more important than ever to make sure that we have infrastructure that meets community needs, but that we have also heard the conversation about what are the must-haves and what are the priorities early in the project before the really expensive work starts. Reduced risk of underestimating costs and schedule overruns during delivery, enhanced transparency and accountability, improved outcomes with better alignment to city policies and strategies, and providing efficiencies in long-term planning. It also helps enhance stakeholder and public satisfaction. While the policy applies to all capital projects, the image on the slide indicates a typical lifestyle of capital construction projects where main council projects touch points are at the start of the development phase of work, where council makes an investment decision by approving business cases and profiles to fund planning and early design efforts of the project. Start of the deliver phase of work, where council makes investment decisions by approving projects through the budget, the supplemental capital budget, and or profile changes to invest in the final design of the build of a project. Historically, we've referred to this as checkpoint 3. And council is informed when the asset is put into service for the public. Next slide, please. The graph on this slide provides a high-level breakdown of the funding sources that comprise the $9.4 billion capital budget. Debt financing and provincial and federal grants account for nearly 3/4 of total funding. Reserves, pay-as-you-go, and accumulated surplus like retained earnings make up the rest of the amount. Pay-as-you-go funding consists of annual investment income and funds received through property taxes. As investment volatility can significantly impact the total amount of funding available in a given year, the city has allocated investment earnings to capital, where volatility is more easily managed through project approvals than through base budget adjustments on the operating side. In order to maximize the use of grant funding, pay-as-you-go also serves as an unconstrained funding source to cover ineligible costs like land acquisition, overhead costs, finance charges, and loan interest for grant-funded projects. Next slide, please. We talked earlier about the debt management fiscal policy. Debt is a funding source for the capital budget, and understanding the application of the policy in the context of the capital budget is an important part of budget development. The prudent use of debt is critical to the execution of the capital program, but the closer the city is to debt servicing limits, the more constrained funding is in the capital budget. This chart reflects the city's tax-supported debt servicing and total debt servicing forecast out to 2041 compared to the other related debt servicing limits. The city is anticipated to use 69.4% of its tax-supported debt servicing limit and 51.4% of its total debt servicing by the end of 2025. The city is projected to reach its peak usage of the tax-supported debt servicing limit in 2028, with an anticipated utilization of 84.7% of this limit. Considering this peak in 2028, tax-supported borrowing capacity is approximately $1.4 billion. And this might seem like a lot of borrowing capacity, but there's a few things that we want you to keep in mind. In recent history, like all jurisdictions, we're seeing cost pressures on major capital projects, including the Yellowhead Trail Freeway project and major LRT projects. Often we've had to resort to fund greater than budgeted costs with tax-supported debt. We're also anticipating continued cost escalations for major capital projects moving forward, as well as based on what we're seeing in the markets. Generally, market volatility, including tariffs, and what we're hearing from other jurisdictions, and on some of the bids that are coming in for capital projects. So it's critical for us to preserve as much debt room as possible in order to be able to manage those additional costs if necessary. Next slide, please. This chart reflects the allocation of the 2023 to 2026 capital budget by service category. The budget emphasizes the investment in LRT expansion, roads, recreation facilities, parks, neighborhoods, and public transit. And this next slide just provides a high-level timeline for developing the 2027 to 2030 budgets. We've completed strategic planning and identified some focus areas for 2026, which we're now validating with council. The capital investment outlooks will be presented in early January. They provide that long-term context. Most of 2026 will focus on developing operating capital and carbon budgets and corporate business plans, aligning with council's strategic direction. The proposed operating and capital, utility and carbon budgets for 2027 to 2030 are scheduled for delivery in Q4 of 2026. Moving on to the utilities budget. Next slide, and the one after that. Utility Committee fulfills a critical function by monitoring, reviewing, and evaluating strategic business plans, budgets, rates, and fee proposals, and other policy-related matters for council. They assess the reasonableness of rates, terms, and conditions for Edmontonians, and they submit recommendations to council to ensure effective oversight of the utilities. Council's role, so in operating, City Council operates as the governing body that establishes policy direction for utilities. It does not engage in the day-to-day operations of the utility, but rather provides the strategic vision. Council is responsible for determining the criteria for success, defining the business directives, and identifying how their achievement will be measured. Council also approves the rates and fees in the budget, as well as other policy-related documents, such as the business plans and the strategic plans. Council also has a utility advisor. The role of the utility advisor is an independent, non-elected third-party member to serve council in assisting with the utilities. The utility advisor provides council and the utility committee with expert, non-operational advice independent of city administration. Next slide, please. Regulated utilities are allowed to recover prudently incurred costs from ratepayers and earn a return on invested capital. There are 3 elements to the rate setting process: determining the total revenue required based on actual or forecast to recover from ratepayers. This includes annual operating costs, a portion of capital spent, such as amortization, interest, return on investment, return on invested capital, which doesn't apply to waste, and other abnormal items. Allocation of costs to various customer classes, so things like single family or multi-unit, generally based on usage patterns or some other metric informed by performing a cost of service exercise, and they design rates to recover costs through the rates or tariffs. And lastly, the carbon budget. Next slide, and the one after. Alongside the capital, operating, and utility budgets, you will be presented with a carbon budget update to help augment your decision-making during the fall budget adjustment process. So what is a carbon budget? Just as a financial budget will tell you how much money you can spend, a carbon budget outlines the emissions you can use. The City of Edmonton uses the carbon budget in a couple of different ways. First, it helps us track how we're progressing towards our emission reduction targets. And second, it informs the decision-making within the operating and capital budget processes. The city has established separate emission targets for Edmonton as a community and as a corporation. For community emissions, the goal is to reduce GHG emissions by 35% compared to the 2005 levels by this year, by 50% by 2030, and to be emissions neutral by 2050. The corporate goal is to be emissions neutral by 2040. The carbon budget tells us how we're progressing towards our emissions reductions target, and it gives council a sense of how much more work and investment is required to achieve those targets. At the more detailed level, the carbon budget helps inform decisions within the operating and capital budget process, with each funding request being considered being accompanied by a GHG impact assessment. Each assessment informs council on what impacts that specific budget request will have on emissions. Where possible, we show the amount of increase or decrease in GHG emissions. When council is debating budget requests, these assessments can be used as a tool to help make the final funding decision. The carbon budget does not need to be approved or passed by City Council, the same way that the operating and capital budgets are. The carbon budget informs decisions when approving items within those budgets. Next slide, please. Funding is limited and needs to be used effectively to make the most of what's available. This includes consideration for what can be completed by other orders of government, such as rebates, which can be given out by federal or provincial governments, versus things that the city can do. Administration has identified emissions impacts for the various levers of change to help inform where limited resources could be spent to make the largest impacts. The scale of investment varies for the levers of change. Activation provides awareness and builds capacity for energy transition, relying on individual action. It has a low financial investment and low emissions reduction impact. Incentives, pricing, and subsidies use financial mechanisms, either premiums or reductions, to influence behavior. Financial investment ranges, and impact is low to medium as it relies on individual choice. Infrastructure investment involves capital or operating spending on physical assets, services, and planning to encourage energy transition. It requires a higher financial investment and has a medium impact due to the upgrade costs and associated operational emissions. Partnerships and advocacy foster relationships with various entities to advance common goals. They have a low financial investment, but a potentially high impact. And policy and regulation are municipal planning tools that guide, direct, or shape services and infrastructure to influence the residents and markets. They require low financial investments, but have high long-term impacts on emission reduction and other broader areas than incentives. And with that, I'm going to stop talking and allow someone else to walk you through assessment and taxation. So I'll turn it over to Kate Watt.
Thank you, Stacey. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you very much for having me here today, Council. I just want to walk you through some of the basic assessment and taxation essentials that I hope will help you understand how taxation and the assessment process interact with the budget and our financial system. So the most important thing to know is that Alberta's property tax system is known as a budget-based system, and that means that our tax rates are calculated after the budget has been finalized. Tax rates are equal to the net operating requirement divided by the assessment base for that specific property class. This system ensures that Council is always able to collect the revenue it requires to run the operation of the city while maintaining a balanced budget. A budget-based system also means that changes in assessment value do not affect the amount of revenue generated. Instead, changes in assessment values only affect the distribution of taxes across various property owners. Council may increase the amount required to be raised from the tax base. However, that increase is distributed based on the degree to which a property owner's assessed value changes compared to the overall market value. Each year, some property owners will experience higher tax increases, while others will experience lower tax increases, or even tax decreases, based on how their assessment changes. Next slide, please. So to determine how much money the city collects through property taxes, the following is used for the calculation. Firstly, the cost to provide the service, such as personnel costs, contract costs, equipment, and so on. Secondly, the amount of non-property tax revenues that we receive from things such as user fees or dividends. Thirdly, the difference between the cost to provide the service and the non-property tax revenue. This is what we call the net operating requirement that Stacey referred to in the previous slides. Any increase in the assessment base that comes from real growth is also used to offset the overall amount required from an increase in property taxes. And I'll go into that a little bit more in an upcoming slide. These amounts are calculated and presented as incremental to the base budget, and we use the same calculation each year in the SOBA process. Next slide, please. Shown here are the basic formulas for calculating property taxes. The first shows the rate calculation, while the second shows how an individual property owner's share of that entire levy is determined. Of note, the rate is calculated after the levy is determined, which is the basis of the city's budget-based tax system. The nature of the tax calculation we will discuss further in more detail during Council information session with assessment and taxation on the 27th. Be delighted if you could join us then. Also shown on this slide is how to calculate a mill rate. And a mill rate and a tax rate are not the same thing, but they essentially measure the same thing. A mill rate is simply the tax rate multiplied by 1,000. A mill rate is used as shorthand for understanding rates. For example, it is easier to understand that our residential mill rate is 7.63 rather than our residential tax rate being 0.00763. I'm even tripping over those zeros. So they both represent the same thing in terms of the amount of tax liability, but they are one and the same. The tax rate, however, is what we actually use when we determine tax share. Next slide, please. To ensure a fair distribution of taxes, the city's assessors value every single property within the city annually based on its fair market value, with a very few exceptions for regulated property, which is assessed by the province. We ensure that every property is accurately assessed, and this means that taxes are distributed fairly and equitably. Next slide, please. The increase or decrease the taxpayer experiences year to year depends on how that property value, their property value, moves relative to the city-wide market, as well as on the overall tax levy change. We don't divide taxes equally across properties. We divide them proportionately based on their market value. In this way, property taxation is one of the most common forms of wealth taxation. Individual properties experience different impacts depending on how they performed in the market. If a property assessment increased by less than the overall market change, the total tax paid may decrease or stay flat. If a property's assessment change is exactly the same as the market change, the tax amount will be the same as the overall change, or in other words, the same as the amount council approves to increase the tax levy. But if a property's assessment increases more than the overall market change, the total tax paid will be more than the overall increase. Where a property falls on this bell curve changes year to year. Some years, a property would be on the higher end. Other years, it may be on the lower end. However, value changes tend to even out over the long term, so that the 5-year trend for an individual property often mirrors that of the overall trend of the market over that 5 years. Next slide, please. So while changes to market value do not contribute to tax revenue, only impacting the distribution of taxes, real growth does add new tax revenue. Real growth is generally defined as the physical changes to a property, such as a new property is constructed. Next slide, please. And here is an illustration of real growth. We start with 3 homes, each contributing $1,000 for initial total tax levy of $3,000. But then during year, a new home is added to the tax roll, and this is what we're calling real growth. Next year, the new home will also contribute $1,000, resulting in a base tax levy of $4,000 compared to the $3,000 from the year prior. This represents a 33% increase in the city's total amount of tax received, but no tax increase to any of the 3 individual property owners in the original city. Once a new baseline levy is set, council may determine that they would like to see a final tax increase in the amount, say, of 2%. If council were to approve a 2% tax increase next year, and assuming all properties are assessed exactly the same, all 4 properties would pay that 2% increase, including the new property that we're attributing to real growth. So the final budget for next year will be based on 4 homes, each paying $1,020 each, resulting in a total tax levy of $4,080, $1,080 worth of new revenue, $1,000 coming from the real growth from the new house, and $80 coming from the tax rate increase applied across all 4 properties. This is a really simplistic example, and in reality, growth is typically closer to about 2% of the total tax levy. We will certainly be going further into growth and how it's calculated in our session on the 27th. Next slide, please. In Alberta, there are actually 4 assessment classes, which form the foundation of the tax class division. The 2 relevant ones for Edmonton are the residential and non-residential assessment class. Farmland is generally a very small proportion of Edmonton's assessment base, and it is combined with residential, and we use the residential rate on farmland properties, while machinery and equipment, otherwise known as M&E, is not taxed in the City of Edmonton. The residential class of properties can be subsequently subclassed into different subclasses, each given its own rate. At present, the city has 2 additional subclasses, one for a derelict subclass and the other for an other residential subclass. basically for multi-residential properties. Next slide, please. So in practice, the calculation of subclasses works similarly to the original formula shown on one of my first slides, except the revenue collected from the different classes is divided. So at present, the city collects about 55% of its tax revenue from the residential tax classes and 45% of its revenue from the non-residential subclass. Council has full authority to change the tax distribution between the classes. Council also has significant independence in deciding what subclasses it creates on the residential side, and some very restricted abilities on the non-residential side. For the most part, non-residential must be taxed as one in the province. Okay, back to Ms. Padbury. Back to Harm. No, over to Harm.
Thanks, Kate. So once the budget is set, it's critical to report against the budget to monitor performance. There are 3 types of financial reports provided to City Council throughout the year. The first 2 are the capital and operating financial updates, which are provided 3 times a year for the second, third, and fourth quarter. And the third is the annual report, which includes the consolidated financial statements in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards, including all entities that are owned and controlled by the City of Edmonton, such as Explore Edmonton, Fort Edmonton Management Company, Edmonton Public Library, and the City of Edmonton Nonprofit Housing Corporation. These statements also account for the city's investment in EPCOR on a modified equity basis. Audit Committee reviews the annual financial statements and recommends the statements to Council for final approval. The operating financial updates presented for results as of June 30th, September 30th, and year-end include dashboard summaries identifying the current year-to-date operating results, projected year-end operating results compared to the approved operating budget, and explanations for significant variances from that budget. Council has the opportunity to review a corporation's progress against the approved budget for tax-supported operations, enterprise and utility operations, and the city's 3 community revitalization levy programs. The report also includes a reserves update for significant reserves, such as the Financial Stabilization Reserve, or the FSR, Planning and Development Reserve, and the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve, as well as an economic update. Results are shown for the corporation, departments, and the branch program, and at the branch program level as well. So this is a very important tool to monitor the corporation's performance against the budget, which is essential. It reports on variances between actual results, and the budget facilitates the identification of budgetary challenges and pressures, enabling the development of corresponding action plans. It highlights key risks and relationships, tracks reserve balances, and notes economic trends and potential implications of those. The capital financial update provides the status of significant capital projects compared to the approved capital budget and the budgeted completion dates. As with the operating reports, these are presented for the June 30th, September 30th, and year-end, and report the status of significant capital projects based on schedule and budget, along with the reasoning for any delays and cost overruns. Green status reflects projects that are on or under budget and on time. Yellow status is meant to flag profiles that are projecting over their approved budget or schedule, but still within an acceptable tolerance. And red status is for developed stage projects with a greater than 30% variance from the adjusted budget or schedule. Deliver stage projects with greater than 20% variance from the adjusted budget or schedule. Next slide. So we talked about debt and its importance to the capital plan. The quarterly financial updates also include an update on debt with respect to the debt limits as defined by the City of Edmonton's debt management fiscal policy. Next slide. In addition to the corporate capital financial update, Integrated Infrastructure Services provides updates on all capital projects it delivers on a quarterly basis via the buildingedmonton.ca website. Whereas the corporate capital financial update provides updates on all capital projects over $20 million across the corporation, the Building Edmonton reporting is specific to projects designed and delivered through Integrated Infrastructure Services. Next slide. The third type of financial reporting is the annual report. The corporation prepares an annual report containing the annual consolidated financial statements in accordance with the Canadian Public Sector Accounting Standards. The annual report includes a financial statement discussion and analysis. The statements include the results of municipally owned and controlled corporations, which are audited by the independent external auditors, KPMG LLP, for the year ended December 31st. The annual report is an opportunity to communicate with residents, stakeholders, and others regarding the city's financial performance and to provide related information regarding significant financial policies, strategies, and events. In addition, the city also prepares an annual financial report to residents, which is a condensed version of our financial reporting designed to focus on key information of interest to residents. Next slide. So lastly, we wanted to take this opportunity to review the city's investment portfolio with City Council. Next slide. In a forward-thinking move, City Council created the EdTel Endowment Fund in 1995 to hold financial assets generated from the sale of Edmonton Telephones Corporation to TELUS Communications. As opposed to a rainy day fund, the objective of the endowment fund is to provide a source of income in perpetuity while ensuring real purchasing power is maintained. Since the creation of the EdTel Fund to now, there has been ongoing evolution and improvement of the city's investment program. Overall, the city manages $4.2 billion in a variety of different funds, and the earnings of these funds are contributed back to the city. During the last 10 years, approximately $100 million in investment earnings and dividends have been contributed back to the city's budget on an annual basis. Without these earnings, property taxes would need to have been increased by close to 6% in order to have the same revenue effect that the investment earnings provide. The funds are comprised of both city assets as well as third-party assets, such as the pension and long-term disability funds. $2 billion of the city's investment structure is managed by external managers in multiple asset classes. The assets of the EdTel Endowment Fund, pension, balanced and LTD funds, long-term disability funds, are pooled together to achieve economies of scale and therefore reduce fees. In addition, $2.2 billion is managed directly in-house by the city's investment staff. The small team of 5 invests assets in money market and fixed income securities. As a result of the unique investment fund structure and the pooling of the assets, the city is able to achieve a very cost-effective investment management program. The fee savings for managing a portion of the city's financial assets in-house are approximately $1.5 million per year. The city's investment program is important in diversifying the revenue base and supports the broader strategic goal of maintaining Edmonton's financial sustainability. Next slide. The investments are governed by the Municipal Government Act and its investment regulations. The committee is comprised of 2 internal and 5 external members who are appointed to bring both investment and business expertise to the city's funds. Each investment manager has an agreement and a mandate that outlines their investment guidelines. The investment committee terms of reference is approved by the city manager and outlines the roles and responsibilities of the various entities involved in managing the city's financial assets. Specific to city investments, council approves the investment policy. The investment policy requires an annual report back to council measuring performance against the policy's various objectives. The investment beliefs are an important element contained with the investment policy. They reflect industry best practice and set out the high-level guiding principle for how the investments are managed and how decisions are made. They include risk-first return, long-term asset mix, the avoidance of market timing, and diversification. Last slide. So thank you very much for your attention as we walked you through a very high level, throughout a very high level and maintains components of the city's budget and financial reporting process. As we meet with council over the next several months on budget and financial reporting, we will explain the process in more detail and provide further context to a lot of what you saw today. The fall 2025 supplemental operating and capital budgets, which provide an opportunity to adjust the 2026 budgets, and the third quarter 2025 financial reporting updates are some of the first major budget and financial reporting items that this council will see in the coming weeks. That process will give us an opportunity to go through the budget and financial reporting in more detail and answer specific questions, but we're happy to answer any questions you might have about the budget process and financial reporting itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very thorough presentation. Really appreciate it. And so now we'll see if there are any questions about the process, recognizing that, as we've heard, there's going to be budget meetings, there'll be other work coming, but you might have some initial questions once we'll see if the board goes live. So click on, there are questions. I'll start with Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. And just before I begin, how do you want to frame the questions? Like, what box do you want to put them in? Because I know we're having other conversations in the future.
I think if you asked questions of general governance, high-level financial administration, those types of questions would be appropriate. If you have specific question about budget line items or specifics about what our year-to-date performance have been, those would better be served with the other reports.
Okay. So my first question is for clarity, and that is just so everyone is on the same page. When it comes to, I always wondered why we use the tax rate as a way to communicate taxes to the public, when really it's the budget growth and has very little to do with the majority of people's actual tax rate.
Yeah, so if you're talking about, like, you mean, why do we communicate 6.4%?
Yeah, like that's how much the budget grows.
Yeah.
But that doesn't also include assessment growth. It doesn't include like assessment value of individual properties. And so everyone's experience of what that budget growth is going to be will be different. It won't be 6%.
So I'm gonna start, and then I'm gonna pass it to Kate. So that you're right, the 6.4% is effectively the growth in the net tax levy requirement. Like, what was our budget? But we do incorporate real growth into that number, growth of expenses. So this year compared to last year, we expect the tax levy requirement to increase 6.4%. That goes over to Kate and her team, and they, using that information, determine the tax rate, which is different than when we say tax increase.
Very much what Stacey has articulated here. It is not possible in the system that we have to be able to say that council increased the taxes or tax levy by 6%, thus your taxes will increase by 6%. That's just not the way a wealth tax works. We take a lot of pains to be very clear and accurate in our messaging, but unfortunately, because people are more intuitively understanding, for example, in the income tax system, it's a rate. It doesn't change. If you're talking about a rate increase, you're talking about an increase in the levy. These concepts are difficult to explain and have the public broadly understand. What I will say is our communications team has done a stunning job and should be well recognized for really trying to boil it down to its most simple components in our pie analogies and so on.
So most people will get their news about this from the news media, and a lot of news media tends to be new people who they're not immersed in this stuff. Why would they be? Do we have a package for them so they can actually explain this properly? Because you're right, like people hear, oh, 6.4%. Oh, my taxes are going up 6.4%? Well, not at all, right? But that's the impression.
So when you pass the supplementary operating budget adjustment with its associated tax levy increase, there is a lot of media at that point and a media attention paid to that number. When the assessment mail-out happens, which is a month later, we take a lot of time during our communication cycle to reiterate, that this is what council has set as the overall increase. Your experience of that increase will depend on how your property moved compared to the market.
Yeah, I get it in the mail, yeah.
Yeah, is there a better way to do it? I honestly don't see any other jurisdiction faring better with this.
Yeah, maybe we could, I don't know. But yeah, because it is difficult because people get their news from a headline saying taxes go up 6.4%, which is patently untrue. And so I guess I'm just looking at a way to figure that out. And if we haven't done it yet, I guess that's a future success.
If I might, Councillor, it's not patently untrue. it is actually true. That is the extent to which the levy has increased. That's
The
what
levy is increased. but
that's
if-
what
but
taxes have gone up by.
Someone's personal taxes will not go up by that unless they are exactly right in the middle of
Agreed.
everything.
And one of the aspects to this that I think is interesting is to consider how income tax works. We don't talk about how much our income tax goes up, and
Yeah.
yet it does.
Yeah.
So we, in this property tax arena, and because municipalities are very dedicated to transparency, we go the extra mile. It is not quite the same for other taxes at other levels of government.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan?
Yeah, I've been struggling to know how to ask this. Thanks for the presentation, though. I've been thinking about it like last number of years, and like, is there some appreciation or prioritization for between capital and operating budget? Whereas like we invest in, I mean, a very specific example for me, and without, I know this later on, but like 41 Ave, twinning that thing, I would see impacts of it like being felt operationally further south with road maintenance on our gravel roads. But I'm sure there's lots of examples across the city. Is there some appreciation for that?
For all the things that need to be done as we grow?
Yeah, no, I guess like you're saving money on one thing in operations for a capital investment, and like what's the level of appreciation, I guess, or prioritization for that as a city, I guess?
Yeah, so I guess if I'm understanding your question is, do we consider the operating benefit that may come from an investment in capital infrastructure that could effectively lower operating costs in different places?
Yeah, or vice versa too. Like
Yeah.
increase transit service somewhere operationally. Are you gonna have less cost capital with road repairs or road twinning, I guess, too? So.
Yeah. I think those are all things that we think about as we go through the capital budget, and those things make their way into the criteria in which we evaluate. At the end of the day, what we truly struggle with is not enough money to do all the things that we'd like to do in the ideal world. And so infusing those types of things into the criteria is what helps us make those decisions. And at different points in time, our criteria has been different depending on what we're trying to achieve in any individual cycle.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much for the thorough presentation and overview. I wanted to come back earlier in the slide deck. There was some good slides around asset stewardship and just the balance between renewal and growth. And I know the 2023 to 2026 cycle, we're looking at, I think it was a 70-30 split between growth and renewal. Just looking for a bit of a refresh of my memory. My understanding is that council did provide direction on sort of a go-forward basis to shift a little bit more of that priority towards the renewal side. Is that correct? And did we provide an actual split for that, or is it more just general guidance?
I don't believe you provided an actual split, but you have provided general guidance for us to be focusing on renewal and solving our long-term renewal shortfall. You've given some strategic direction through the plan for the dedicated universal fund to fund renewal. So you've done those types of things. Maybe just the only other thing that I would say in that 30-70 split, you also have to keep in mind that in that 70% of growth are also going to be things like LRT extensions, which are large-scale capital projects that are shifting that percentage.
Right. No, that's helpful. Thank you for that. And then, actually, just a question about PDDM as well. One of the things that I noticed and thinking about is just the number of projects that will get to sort of that checkpoint 2, like midway through, that quite frankly, like they'll sit on a shelf for a really long time if we don't have a line of sight to how we're actually going to fund it on the capital side. And was there, this is another refresh, did we provide any direction, or was there a motion at some point around how do we maybe think a little bit more strategically about what projects we even start design work on if we know that there's no line of sight to completion.
Like there's no money for them, so why would we design them?
Yeah, because I think about projects that do get stuck on the shelf, and then if we do want to revisit them, we have to often end up like doing a fair amount of redesign work. There's huge cost escalation.
I don't know that you've provided us with any specific advice, and I don't want to overstep my lane here, but like I think part of like the capital governance model is meant to aid you to not do that. Now, having said that, we have experienced in the past, 4 to 8 years, a significant amount of interest in the things that people, so we'll often have planning approved for things that people would like without a long-term view of, will we ever actually be able to pay for that? Now, maybe just ask Sarah if she has anything to add.
For sure. I think your comments about how we get capital to the right point of development at the right time, I think are really important strategic discussions that I look forward to working with council and getting direction on over the next year leading into our next 4-year budget cycle. I think we always are dealing with a couple problems in capital is we want to be ready enough that if a third-party funder like the feds or the province come up with new infrastructure funding, we know what we want. We have a clear line of sight for the city of Edmonton that we know this is important to us and we're ready to go. We also want to make sure that we invest in things that we're ready enough that they don't sit on a shelf. The other unfortunate thing that I've seen in capital over my career is things get more expensive over time. And so sometimes we wait and then we see something, the price that we weren't sure about 2 years ago, and then we do it again, that price has gone up. And so I think it's very much work that we will all do together. I know we have a very strong team. Edmonton has a good foundation of data that I haven't seen everywhere that I've been in terms of understanding what our assets are. But we also need to have that timing piece, and we need to understand where we're going to fund things.
Great. Looking forward to those conversations. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I am really interested in the carbon budget. When I was looking at it, I didn't understand exactly what it meant, but thank you for the explanation. It seems to be new in 2023, is that correct?
Yeah, this was our first 4-year carbon budget. We introduced that at the same time as the 4-year budget.
And great, thanks. And you mentioned that this is the first municipality that you've seen that has had a carbon budget. Since implementing it, have we seen other municipalities also implement a carbon budget?
I'm going to look to my left here, but I think we were one of the first. I don't know that I would declare that we were the first. And we have seen other cities implement, like I believe Vancouver has one, but Mr. Rye, if you have more to offer.
Yeah, I'll just, basically what Stacy said there, when we brought it forward for the 23 to 26 budgets, we were one of the first, I would say, across North America to take it to that level, where you actually have targets and you're measuring how you're advancing against them, and put it on paper. I know there was a lot of other municipalities at the time that were watching us to see how it went over, and they've been closely watching us for the last couple of years to see how we report back against it. Now, I haven't been keeping track of who's advanced it since then, but yeah, back then we were one of the pioneer cities, I would say.
Great. Are you able to share with me, understand the resource behind, like just the resources that are behind creating a carbon budget in terms of, is it has there been a new department created, like in terms of understanding how much resource intensive it is to have a carbon budget?
I'm going to ask Ms. Chow to just.
Sure. So we have one carbon budget manager within budget planning and development, and he leads the carbon budget from a finance perspective and works closely with the technical team in urban planning and environment.
Thank you for that. And then also with every project that comes forward, they would have to work with that carbon manager.
Correct. So every potential budget adjustment that you'll see in the upcoming SOBA and a CBA have been vetted by the technical carbon budget team and our carbon budget manager.
Amazing. Thank you very much for that. Just switching around the dividends for the EdTel, do the dividends go into, are they reinvested or are they going back to general revenue? Or is that a decision that's made at a council level or policy level?
So for EdTel Endowment Fund, that endowment is modeled very much like a university endowment. So it will pay out a dividend that allows us to sustain and grow the fund alongside its purchasing power, so inflation adjusted capital. The dividend is roughly about $50 million, if I recall correctly, and it goes into the operating budget, but then it is used to fund capital on a pay-as-you-go basis. The fund will also occasionally pay a special dividend, so with the intention that when the inflation-adjusted principal is more than 115%, the fund will pay a special dividend, and it's calculated at that time. So you'll see that occasionally we'll get special dividends, but they're not a thing that happens every single year.
Okay, great. And one last question is the annual assessment. Is that like a legislated piece that it's annually assessed for the property taxes?
That is correct. We're on an annual cycle throughout Alberta.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Paquette has, before we do another round, we'll go to Councillor Clark for questions.
Yeah, thank you. It kind of touches a little bit on Councillor Parmar. One, I'm going to jump to, just we're talking about the EdTel fund, and when council approves the investment policy, when is that?
You improve so there's an existing investment policy.
Yeah.
And you'll make changes to that I think that one is scheduled every 5 years. So generally there'll be a schedule on which all policies are reviewed. So every 5 years you'd have an opportunity to review that.
In the next time is that coming up soon? Is that within 5 years?
It wasn't done this last year. So it's at some point in your cycle, you'll be asked to review.
Okay.
We'll bring back a recommended investment policy. I'm not quite sure where your questions are going, but then EdTel is governed by a bylaw, and that bylaw we don't reassess.
Yeah, I mean, the nature of my question is just if we want to get potentially more aggressive with it or to change something, wouldn't it be possible to look at it, right? So, okay, moving on. Next question I have is just, we're talking about fair market value for assessments on property tax. How much do we take into actual realtor information on that? Like, I know it's part of the formula, but how much are they involved directly or indirectly in that, so we can try to get as much as fair market value as possible?
We are required under provincial law to assess at what we call a fair market value, but we are also required to establish that value at the valuation date. And the valuation date is July of the year prior to the year in taxation. We do use any information that our assessors can gather. We don't harvest or use realtor-specific information. Mostly our information comes from information we get from permits, from property inspections, from discussing property with property owners, and we do collaborate and talk to realtors, but it's not the realtors who are deciding what an assessment is. That's what the assessors do.
So it's just indirectly, there's some information there, but not.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, realtors know their markets. They are often the specialists, but they also have a very different motive to an assessor. An assessor is there to determine what the fair market value is as of the valuation date, whereas a realtor is looking to maximize either a buy or a sell in the interest of their clients. So we need to be quite careful about how much information we share and so on.
Okay. Makes it clear. Thank you. That's it.
Are you willing to move a second round of questions so Councillor Paquette can ask questions? Councillor Clark, do you want to move that?
Sure.
Perfect. I get a
Second.
seconded by Councillor Salvador for another round. So again, just a reminder, we do this at council meetings so that if folks want to ask another rounds, we do give the okay to do that through a vote, at which point you can vote now to see if you'd like to give Councillor Paquette another round of questions, and anyone else.
Councillor Stevenson is yes.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. Just waiting for one more.
Sorry, I'm a yes. I just kicked me out for a second.
Thank you so much. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Councillor Paquette, go ahead.
And unanimously. There's no requirement to vote for a second round.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, so I wanted to follow up on, you made such an interesting point right at the tail end, and that is that income tax does actually increase, even if you don't see that increase announced. It's just a matter of like how reality unfolds. So I'm just wondering if you want to talk about that a little bit, and then I wonder if we can talk about that a little bit more publicly, so the public understands.
I know that there will be a slide and some components of our presentation on the 27th to talk about the difference between a property tax and an income tax. There's also the requirement for municipalities in Alberta to run balanced operating budgets. As a consequence, we can't do what other orders of government can do, which is to run a deficit in a year of low economic activity and make that up during the boom times. So my opinion, more than anything else, is that the circumstances that municipalities face in sort of managing their fiscal situation are quite different to other orders of government, and that contributes to how we communicate, how we interact with our taxpayers. And again, I would say I'm very proud to be part of an administration who makes transparency sort of first and foremost, and particularly a communications team that goes the extra mile to try to explain that.
And maybe I feel like I have to also say this. Like the fact that we have a budget-based system means that we decide what level of service that we're going to provide and what budget, and we consider all those things I talked about on that slide, including tax tolerance, and we raise only that as part of our process. Whereas something like income tax, that can grow and then it can just be folded in without there being the same level. Like we really only collect what we say we're going to collect.
Right. Yeah. Whereas it's a different scenario where they collect money and they budget almost independently of what they collect if they want to. Yeah. Okay. So I guess the next question then would be if we can't do that direct comparator, do you think that we communicate clearly enough with the public that a lot of times what they're seeing as an increase is actually just a adjustment in response to increasing inflation and increasing service demands because of population growth?
I feel like, yes, we try and explain that, but I feel like in an environment where people feel pressured financially, I think deep down inside, people know that it costs more to deliver services each year than the last year, that they believe that they should be compensated more this year than they were last year because of things like inflation, but it is less tangible for them when it comes to your property tax bill. So we very much try to communicate that, but we also try to make sure that we're thoughtful in the development of the budget, that we're not putting undue pressure on people.
Yeah, and the reason I bring that up is because, and I mean, I'll get your opinion on this, but people hear about their property taxes, but they don't really know what is happening. Like they don't know that if inflation was 4% and population growth was 4%, then their tax rate, all things considered, if we didn't get an increase in assessment base and things like that, would be 8%. And yet we've been traditionally, for many years, many years, far below that formula, which means that we are not keeping even with growth. and inflation. In fact, that's why we've got this growing delta between service levels and budget to address those service levels.
I just want to make sure I'm answering the question. Is your question like?
Well, yeah, I just thought, I just wanted to hear what you had to say about that.
I mean, I think you describe in a nutshell one of the hardest parts about communicating about our budget is communicating those things. And we feel, we see this when we go in and do budget engagement too, is we often hear from people like, I'm fine if my taxes go up as long as my service goes up too. And so people equate that increase with, I should get, if taxes went up 2%, I should get 2% better services. And they're forgetting that there are things like inflation that will impact the cost to deliver those services even at the same level. And we try to manage those through efficiencies, but we're not always going to be able to.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I think one of the most successful programs I've heard about in the community has been the Problem Properties Initiative. I was wondering very quickly if we could talk about when we're going to get an update on that and next steps on it. Number two, how it's going to apply to commercial properties or other not currently categorized properties. That makes sense?
Sorry, Councillor, would you mind saying a little more about what you might mean by not categorized properties?
Because they're either residential or non-residential, but if they're not being used as non-residential, but or like the ones that aren't fitting in the box.
Okay, I think I understand the question. We're returning March, I believe the date is March 24th, where we will be talking with council then, or committee then, about other opportunities in problem property, derelict property, vacant property space. That report should be issued sometime in February or early March. So we're coming back to talk. We are quite aware that council has expressed an interest in this in the past, and I'm assuming will be interested in continuing that conversation now.
Given the importance of that topic, is there something we're awaiting on for that date? Is that something that we may need to see brought forward or addressed earlier?
I think your schedule is quite intense, Councillor, and that is the date that we have been given. I'm not sure that we can bring it back any sooner, but we're totally open to working with clerks to see if that's something that can be accommodated.
And is there any requirement of the fall budget coming up for expansion or further support or any other work to continue building on that?
In order for our system to be able to accommodate an increased number of tax subclasses for any reason, yes, an investment is necessary. We are not anticipating being able to even attempt that work because the capital investment project from the last cycle is still well underway, and that work needs to be finished before we can take up this work. But we are very aware that this is one of Council's primary interests in the tax space, and it is part of our work plan. But I am anticipating that we'll be coming to you for the next 4-year cycle to look for funding at that time.
And so we're able to create subclasses under legislation and also within the technical limitations of our system, correct?
Yes, on the non-residential side, there are both legislative and technical issues. The technical issues, we know that we will, with time and investment, be able to resolve them. It is impossible to say at this point what those legislative hurdles look like, but when we have the technical environment, we are very open to, undertaking and seeing where we can work within the bounds of the legislation to give council the tools that it wants in the non-residential derelict space.
And remind me that we can make subclasses that are additive, but we could also make subclasses that say are if you are if we wanted to create some sort of an incentive for some reason, we could create kind of a lower subclass as well too, like taxing certain properties we were trying to incent at a lower rate or something. Is that correct?
I think I would need to consult with our legal friends to be able to answer that confidently. There are some limitations around what you can and cannot do in terms of fair taxation, just under general law and legal principles. Using taxes as a direct incentive is sometimes frowned upon. It really depends on how we define the tax classes that are being contemplated. There are limitations as well within the existing legislation around how long a property can be deemed vacant, or the conditions under which it could be determined as abandoned. So those are some of the complexities that we'll be working through in our report back to you in March.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the questions on this item. And so first, just especially to all my returning colleagues, because this might be a little different than we're used to, we don't actually need to make a motion to receive things for information. That isn't a real thing per se. It's not a requirement, and actually most spots don't do that. So we're going to shift that practice because there's really nothing to vote on. The only reason there would be a motion on a report that was originally planned for information is if we are looking to give direction to change something. So, so just for your knowledge, for all the new councillors, this won't be different because you weren't used to it one way or another. For all of us who have been around more than one term, or that is a change. But just wanting to let you know, so we won't actually need to do anything for 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, or for that matter when we discuss 7.4 tomorrow, unless you are looking to actually provide direction on something that that isn't already planned in the motion or in the report itself. So, because of that, really we have two choices before us today. I talked about this right as we kicked off the lunch, after the lunch break. So the clerks stated they are able to have us discuss the budget process report, which was originally planned for tomorrow morning, but that can actually be done right now, and we do have time. It's likely also not going to be a super lengthy report, I don't expect. So we can still likely finish early if folks are willing to do that. To do that, we would need to make a motion to add that item to the agenda. So if somebody's willing to do that, Councillor Salvador is willing to move.
Just need language, but I'll move that.
That we will add the 2025 Fall Supplementary Budget Adjustment Deliberation Process, OCC 3261, will be added to Council's agenda.
Yes, that.
So you've moved that?
Second.
Councillor Parmar has seconded that. I'll first see if there are any questions about adding this to this agenda, and this essentially will mean we won't have to discuss it tomorrow morning. I'll just give it a second to make sure there are no questions. I'm not seeing anyone click on the board to ask questions about the addition of that. Therefore, we can just call the vote to adding this item to the agenda right now. Please vote.
Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Jans.
Stevenson is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. And as our team is getting ready to do that, it should have already be updated it's updated in my eScribe, so you should be able to pull it up.
Yeah, it should be, if everybody just refreshes, we loaded it into eScribe and Diligent, just pending the motion. We've got our colleagues in the budget office and financial services behind us. We don't have a presentation, but happy to just walk you through the highlights.
Great, and I'll just, as they're walking through the highlights, if you had made comments in eScribe for tomorrow for that particular item, they won't have carried over, so you just might need to jump into that meeting, copy and paste them, and bring them over in case you had made that. Otherwise, we'll be ready to go. I think your team is ready.
We're ready.
Yeah, you're going to do a quick walkthrough.
Yeah, so just a friendly reminder that the budget reports and all the associated items will be released this Thursday. That'll be November 20th. Council has already set aside time on November 25th, starting at 1:30. Administration will be providing a single presentation encapsulating all of the financial reports, the budget reports, and then we are recommending that every member of council is provided 2 opportunities, so 2 rounds of questions. You're not restricted in any way, whether they're about capital, utility, operating, or capital, but we would just request that we're recommending that it's only 2 rounds right off of the bat. The reports will then be sent over to the December 1st City Council meeting. We do have 4 days set aside to go through the budget adjustments. Hopefully that we can get done those in the 4 days, the time allocated. We have also set aside some time for your utility advisor to be available if you have any questions. He will be available on December 3rd. And then we have also, through the budget office, invited the Edmonton Police Commission, Explore Edmonton, GEF Seniors Housing, and the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues have been invited to attend the afternoon of December 1st, just in case there are any questions from council. Once you've dealt with all of your questions, and before you go into deliberations, we would then ask that a member of council put all of the main budget adjustment motions on the floor. It's a little bit procedurally unique because typically if you put a motion on the floor, you can't then amend it. But through budget, it is our practice that council does suspend some of the rules, so the mover of the main budget motion can actually amend their own motion, so we don't want to restrict people's participation. Once that process happens, council would be happy to entertain any amendments. The recommendation is that in previous practices, all the amendments are put on the floor before council does a randomization process and then starts actually debating and deliberating each amendment. We will go through depending on how many amendments get put on the floor, we've seen a few and we've seen a great many, so we may have to move to different rounds, but we'll just do a different round for dealing with operating amendments as well as capital. And with that, we're happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. I might, you know what, I'm gonna, because there's nobody else on the board, I might do a round so that I can ask a question that will answer a question that might come up. I guess, yeah, we can actually, you know what, first, I want to see if somebody wants to move the motion on the floor in the report, because then we can start asking questions about it.
Yep. I'll move that the process for considering the 2025 fall supplemental budget adjustments as outlined in the November 18th, 2025 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 03261, be approved.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Paquette. I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Rutherford, if that's okay, if you're available. Otherwise, I can go to Cal.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Thank you. Perfect. One question because if we have anyone returning, they might notice one part that isn't there anymore, which is no longer an omnibus motion. That was discussed in advance. Can you explain why you have not recommended that?
Why I have not recommended it?
In your report.
I think there may have been less enthusiasm for including it than perhaps in previous years.
Yes. For sake of slightly bending the rules, I asked to not have that included, just so folks are aware, in case you're wondering why it's not there. It used to be that was the last term we did do an omnibus. The first 2 terms I was on council, we didn't. For me, no, I think at this point I'd be speaking to it, so I won't allow myself that opportunity to do that. The other question I just want to ask, recognizing sometimes supplemental adjustments have taken long, but there have actually been many times over the years where supplemental adjustments can be done in a day, especially if there aren't a lot of motions, because motions require a funding source, and as we're already projecting a certain tax increase, I'm not sure how many motions might come forward for additional items. So I want to ask the question for the utility advisor who would be available on December 3rd, which would actually be day 3 of our budget deliberations. If we have the ability to be done in one day, is the utility advisor available or
My
flexible?
understanding, he's available on the first day, then the third and the fourth. But
Okay.
yes, we can have him available. We can also set up perhaps some time in advance. If there's questions, we could organize an information session, or I think he'd be happy to meet with councillors one-on-one as well.
Yeah, I would suggest just, if it doesn't require, I don't think it requires a change to the actual recommendation, but just asking the utility advisor to be available on day one. I think that would be very valuable. If we go longer than one day, we go longer than one day, but I also don't know if we'll need to in a supplemental with where we're at. So I'd rather have them available, and if they are available to do an information session with councillors in advance, I think that would be very wise to help us with the.
Yeah, we can take that away.
Great. Wonderful. Well, those are actually all my questions. Thank you very much. I'll take back the chair.
Returned.
Thank you very much, and I'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know if procedurally the chair will allow it, but I would be interested in getting your thoughts on why the omnibus wasn't, why that was not something you wanted to see included.
Yeah, I guess I can technically allow it. I will allow you to ask me. This is not, because it's not my motion, so I shouldn't necessarily be the one answering questions, but we have a little time available, and if the Assembly will allow, I'll answer that question for everyone. So short answer is, having been through many budget processes in my time, I actually have found that the omnibus, while I think very well intentioned, actually added more time to our process than took away, which let me elaborate quickly on that, is that, which sounds odd, because if you're adding 10 items together on one motion, shouldn't that speed it up? But what I found is it didn't actually reduce the number of motions that were made last term during budget. And so I think it forces a little bit, in my view, a diligence and a thoughtfulness of anything being put forward on the floor, because essentially our main funding source for any new items that are currently unfunded is a property tax increase. Our current proposed increase is already a sizable number that I know folks are, thinking a lot about. And so if 50 motions come on the floor during our budget deliberations, unless you've got a cut somewhere else, property taxes are the thing. So I think the omnibus, in my mind, actually has added more time, having sat through my first 2 terms, than actually saved us time, because supplemental adjustments typically didn't take as long in my first 2 terms as they did in the 3rd term. So I want to go back to the option to see if we can speed it up, if that helps.
I appreciate that. I guess I'm just thinking about, I think December 2021 were pretty long deliberations, right? And that was prior to having an omnibus. Like, I'm not sure that there's a correlation between the omnibus and the length of time versus maybe just some of the priorities, or again, some of the challenges that we were grappling with during deliberations.
Correct. I'm not sure if it will absolutely save us time. I think I'd like to try that, and also give people a chance to make motions on the things they are passionate about, and if they feel that they can gain support of all of council. And so I just found that to be maybe not the perfect process, and I don't know if there is going to be a perfect process, to be fair. I just feel comfortable with not having to take the lead on that, and allowing each member of council the opportunity to put something forward if they feel it's absolutely necessary during this upcoming deliberation.
Okay, and then I suppose there would be opportunity to reassess after this budget adjustment.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then maybe just to administration, to the budget office, were you agnostic towards the omnibus or not? I'm just wondering if you have reflections on your end in terms of how that process was administratively.
I am always agnostic.
Any reflections or lessons learned versus sort of going through a few cycles with different approaches, omnibus versus not?
I think that larger thing for us is the sheer volume of amendments. So I'm not sure it matters if it's omnibus or something else. What impacts our work significantly is amendments.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you. So I raised this with Eddie as well, just sort of the idea that councillors may all have a bunch of ideas about like, oh, I want, this, that, or the other in my ward, and it's really important I get it on this budget, but maybe it's more of like there should be a larger approach, a policy or strategy approach. And so I guess I'm just wondering your take on that as well, because, everything that a councillor brings forward, if it's not a cut, is going to be an increase to that tax rate in this budget. And we might find ourselves debating things, and at the end of the day, everyone's saying, oh, well, I didn't want the budget to, the taxes to go up. So thoughts on that?
I think maybe I'll take the opportunity right now just to remind you again, this is the fourth year of a 4-year budget. And so the risk with a lot of amendments in the fourth year of a 4-year budget is that you're now making decisions without a holistic view of what the next 4-year budget cycle looks like. And so that can set us up in future years to be on a path that is misaligned with where you might otherwise have gone had you seen the holistic 4-year budget in front of you before making decisions.
Yeah, that's helpful. So, basically in your tenure, you must have seen, in the very first year, a lot of new councillors. No offense, man. I think you're great. No, I'm not allowed to speak to you directly, by the way. That's all through the chair. But a lot of new councillors, they're coming in, they've got this mandate from their community saying, oh, okay, well, you said you'd get us this improvement or this upgrade or this park or whatever, and they really want to do it. But from your experience, is that better saved for a 4-year budget rather than trying to get it right out of the gate?
I think it depends on the nature of the amendment itself. Obviously, things that are urgent and emergent are things that you may want to deal with in the fourth year of a 4-year budget cycle.
Right.
But things that are longer term in nature, that require larger policy shifts, are probably best done with us doing the work on the policy and then having the debate at the 4-year.
Yeah, because I guess the way I'm looking at it is it's rarely that something in the city is a one-off, because what you experience maybe in one community is probably going to be experienced in a number of different communities. So maybe that larger, bird's eye view is maybe a better approach. Have you found that? If it's not an emergent, immediate need or requirement?
I would say overall, I find that it is helpful for you to be able to see the entire 4-year cycle and the direction in order to make your funding decisions. And the risk at the 4-year is, whether you're an incumbent councillor or a returning councillor, you're further away from the establishment of the 4-year. And so it can make your decisions less long-term focused and more short-term focused.
Yeah. Okay. And to the chair, apologies. It's not just new councillors who might do that. It's anyone. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Very true. Very true. Those are all the questions on the board. So I'm not seeing any other questions to the motion that is on the floor, and therefore we can move to speaking to it. If there's anyone wishing to speak to the motion that is on the floor.
Yeah, sure.
Councillor Paquette, you would like to speak to it? Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. The first year budget is always an interesting one because you're kind of in limbo a little bit. You're at the tail end of a previous council's budget determinations, and you're just kind of waiting to set your mark on the next 4-year budget. And so I agree with the idea of maybe not utilizing an omnibus, because there's a lot of learning to do in this one. I think just get it through and listen to the debate and the thoughts, and let everyone sort of get their feet wet first. And whether we go back to an omnibus or not, I guess will depend on a lot of different factors and not just that experience. But I think at the end of the day, a lot of what an omnibus was trying to accomplish can also rightly be done just with normal conversations between councillors and the mayor and administration, and sort of determining, okay, here's what I heard on the doors, here's what council's priorities are, here's the city plan, here's all the factors that are constraining us, and so how do we want to proceed? Those are very normal conversations to have, and I hope that there's enough trust, and I think there is on council with returning councillors, and hopefully building trust with new councillors to have those very open conversations about what the community wants and also what the balance is as far as budgetary restrictions, relationships with the federal government, the province, rate of development, all of these things together. If we sort of chat this out ahead of time without making any sort of decisions or anything like that, then when it comes time to potentially table amendments, hopefully they're a little bit more thoughtful, a little bit more strategic, and a little bit more in keeping with the reality of what we're facing this year and what Edmontonians expect of us. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Paquette. I might just take a moment or two, and I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I have the chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to say, you know, as I sort of talked through my questions, first, I don't want to discourage anyone from putting forward motions during the budget. Just to be very clear, if it takes all 4 days, it takes all 4 days, to be very clear. So don't feel like you shouldn't be. The caution or the timing piece I just offer is just around recognizing where we're already starting, why we do what we do. So we've purposely set it up so that the last year of the 4-year budget is in the first year of our term, so we don't try to do a 4-year budget 1 month after you've been elected, because this is already going to be a daunting process. The idea of having to do all 4 years of folks that have been elected for a month and a half was something that we talked about, I think, in my first term, and we made a decision very early on. And as at the time, the first term councillor, I said, I would never want to put approval of a 4-year budget on somebody who's only been in for a month and a half. At the same time, it does, as Councillor Paquette sort of alluded to, it does make it a little more challenging because a lot of it's baked in. Nevertheless, be willing to put forward motions, be willing to reach out to administration in advance. You know, if you've got ideas or things that you're thinking of, they're always happy to have those conversations ahead of time to allow you to prepare what that might or might not look like. Feel free to engage your colleagues on that as well. So just my main message is don't feel like you can't put forward motions at the same time. Know that any motion you're putting forward, you have to include a funding source, and you got one of two primarily. It's going to be increased property taxes beyond the currently approved number that we're going into this discussion on, or it's finding a reduction in a different area. And while there have been a lot of reductions, and they'll present that as part of our overall budget document or our overall budget presentation around all of the savings that have been found over time, there may also be great new ideas that you have. So always happy to have those ideas considered. So just wanted to make sure we set the tone for that, and look forward to those discussions in the very near future. So that's it for me. I'll take back the chair.
Chair returned.
Thank you. And Councillor Tang.
I just want to jump on and speak to the point around omnibus or no omnibus. I'm agnostic too. I feel like either way we're going to be involving some lengthy debates here and there, no doubt, as this is budget is kind of the number one thing we do as a council. I will say this for the budget adjustment. I think it matters less than for the 4-year budget. I also think omnibus, a format of that is a really great opportunity to demonstrate leadership, of bringing 13 different people who represent different interests, different priorities across the city, very different geography, different communities together in building share vision. And I think there's a lot of value to that, and I would like to see that. Certainly I will be, I feel much stronger during the 4-year budget for that process to unfold. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the discussion, and I think I think it's certainly worth doing a non-omnibus go around for this one. I think something that the omnibus really helps to accentuate is that budgets are a very holistic process. There are a lot of trade-offs. I know for myself, with previous omnibuses, there were some portions that if those had come forward as standalone, I may not have supported them. But as a package, as a whole, in terms of what we're gaining overall, I was willing to go along with something that otherwise I might not be. So I think that will be a tension, and it will be interesting to navigate that in the process ahead. Again, I think it makes sense to test that out, particularly as it's just an adjustment. And then look forward to reflecting and looking at how we strengthen our processes further going into our 4-year budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Salvador, no, anything to close? No. Great, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a yes as well.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Jans?
Yes.
Thank you so much. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. So those are, because we are unable to do 7.4 any earlier than tomorrow at 1:30, that will be the only item left on the agenda. What I will just flag for my colleagues is don't give up your entire afternoon tomorrow, because we might finish the growth planning piece early, but if we don't finish the council meeting set for the morning early or on time, we might need to dip into that time in the afternoon. So just don't go scheduling yourself like 4 o'clock thinking we might be done. I just ask for you to hold off the entire time that is currently booked aside. And with that, I think we will call a recess for this particular meeting until tomorrow at 1:30 p.m., noting that we have a new council meeting starting tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Thanks, everyone.